Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing? We are back for more Adelsons. So we are going to be watching as much testimony as we can from this day 2. We have Wendi, we have Jeff, we have them making multiple appearances, and all that goes on surrounding that with their testimony. But also, I have a nice treat in store for you guys. I did call the Geek Squad today at Best Buy and asked some questions to see if I could verify or invalidate, if you will, some of Wendi's claims about how it works when you have the warranty on the TV and whatnot. And we will take a look at that as well. I have a little presentation of that put together. So without further ado, we'll jump right on in. So this is the very beginning of day 2. At the end of day 1, we watched this whenever the last live stream was on the Adelsons. Wendi was on cross, and they ended the day with her on cross. So now they're resuming with her on cross. Day 2. Shout out to DSN. Glad you're here, my friend. Hold on. Let's do the thing. Let's do this properly.
Hey, he's got burgers now.
This is a chicken.
I think I did these out of order.
This is a chicken.
There we go. Excellent. Wonderful. Shout out to Candace. How are you doing? Are you still safe from the fires, my friend? Glad to see you guys here. So let me get this into the banner.
Do you recall that your parents and Charlie...
It's funny because he doesn't even start with good morning or anything like that. He just literally launches into the question, which is wild.
We're quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event in August.
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah, he was very excited.
Glad to hear that, Candace. Oh, I need to do this. Hold on.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense, yeah.
Do you recall scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. Before July 18th, 2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18th, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June. Feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I...
No.
Oh, boy.
Did
To yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't regret.
Okay, sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her, where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
And that happened, that correspondence was in late June
Shout out to
of
Black
2014?
Twitter.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, totally. You know she practiced those every day.
Do you recall in June,
Survey.
you can put that aside now. Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee,
We're
right?
away from the children, people.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014, with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine?
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership. So I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with
You
the
don't
social work
remember,
school.
so it's pointless.
That would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Duren?
Yes,
Excellent.
Do you recall schedule? You can put that aside.
Put it
Do
aside.
you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have been made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like
This is so
something I
dumb.
would have asked.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only? With Ms. Jean,
Yes,
you can put that aside.
Great. She was going to meet with Miss Jean.
Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2014?
I don't remember that.
One for identification.
Go ahead a little bit. This is just dumb.
Yes,
Does this refresh your memory? Tallahassee.
He's just
I'm-
attempting to establish that she was planning on being around in Tallahassee. This is dumb. We all know that she's not, that she hates Tallahassee. We all know how you feel, Wendi. You wrote about it in your stupid book. Accurate.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee?
Oh my God,
in
Black
early
Witter has
August
a
of
new picture
2000
again, keeping us on our toes. Love it. Beautiful.
14?
that's right.
Put it aside.
And that your parents were going to come up for that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall making flight reservations to travel to Newark
Okay, we're still on this questioning.
and then back to Tallahassee? So you're going to Uber
Good questioning.
2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall when I made the reservation, but
Exhibit 23. Election that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014.
yes,
That you were booking tickets.
This is just, okay, let me just see here. We can go ahead a little bit here.
I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio,
I do.
and it was you and Mr. Lacasse and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall that?
That's right.
It
This
was
we
Charlie's
like.
girlfriend at the time.
This we
Yes.
like.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No,
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
no,
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacasse stayed at Charlie's house, right?
we did.
Miss Magbanua wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you
I
left the
think
next
so.
morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacasse started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
Well, yeah, you were cheating on him with like 50,000
He
dudes.
accused you of having an affair with someone that you'd previously dated.
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And
The
Mr. Lacasse saw you having coffee with this
Yay.
individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
Oh yeah,
Threw
I
into
know,
a
right?
rage.
The hot sister, right? That was wild,
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
crazy.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacasse went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
Right?
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
Well, you were.
you were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to
You already said she didn't think it was the right relationship. Wendi, how can you be devastated then?
leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th, to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
Ah,
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacasse wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
mhm.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday
Yes.
and that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mhm.
That side. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacasse on July 13th.
That sounds right.
And when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a good question. What color?
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he
What
wanted to come.
color would Wendi
and it was awkward
was foolish?
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him
I
an
can't even
email
think of a color. I'm trying to think of a color that she would look less bad in and less ghoulish, and I can't even think of a color. Do you guys have any ideas?
asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No.
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Like where, in a phone book or what? I don't even know. Would you phone books use addresses? I don't even know. I haven't seen a phone book in like forever. Prison Orange. There you go, Candace. Candace. Yes, there it is.
May I have one more?
Perfect. Yep. Yep. Prison balayage also. Oh my God. Yep. Yep. She can take some tips from Lori Vallow.
Schedule for the Markel children.
Very well.
That was weird. That was on the court feed. Where that was.
Do you need a copy, Aaron?
I have it right.
Charlie looks nervous.
Facts are true. That is called a stipulation of fact.
Okay, so he's just going to read the stipulation.
You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows.
Okay.
Monday, July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markell, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markell. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markell.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And Professor Markell picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up.
I did. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible. The person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markell's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah.
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
Probably.
Now, I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markell posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his Prof's blog, right?
Yes.
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
You would.
Oh, it's kids. Okay.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Prof's blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
And 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
okay. Okay.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
Perfect.
I remember that
More about the TV. Look at that pause right there.
I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
Okay, she's putting that aside. We're going to pull up the video I made. Okay, guys, here we go. This is going to give probably some Murdoch vibes for those of you guys who were here. I called the Geek Squad today. Yes, I surely did. I called the Geek Squad and I asked them some questions. So let's take a look.
This is Aaron speaking with the virtual sales team. How can I help you?
Hi, Aaron. I just had a couple quick questions here. I'm considering purchasing a TV for my brother, and he's got 2 young kids. So I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I needed to explain something. First of all, again, shout out to ABC Stock. I'm going to start it over so this will make more sense. So in case you're wondering, why is there video? So in order to make the recording on my computer while I was on the phone, you have to be playing a video or it won't do it. I don't know why. So in other words, the video is on mute. It's just playing in the background, but that's why. So, okay.
This is Aaron speaking with the virtual sales team. How can I help you?
Hi, Aaron. I just had a couple quick questions here. I'm considering purchasing a TV for my brother, and he's got 2 young kids. So I just wanted to ask a couple questions before I purchase that about like how y'all's warranty works with the Geek Squad, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Geek Squad warranty for TVs, we fill usually 2 plans. There's a 2-year and a 5-year plan.
Okay.
The cost of the plan is
2-year
based
and
on
5-year
the cost
plan.
of the TV. So obviously a cheaper TV will have a cheaper plan to
Mm-hmm.
purchase for it. You did mention that he had 2 young kids. I'm kind of seeing where you're going with that. You know, maybe worried about them damaging the TV somehow.
Yeah, like breaking the screen, something like that.
Yeah. So I do want to say that accidental damage to the screen of the TV is actually not covered with the protection plan. So
Okay.
if something were to get thrown at that TV or if it were to get knocked over and fall, that actually does not cover it. The protection plan is more so for products failing under normal
Okay.
use conditions with no misuse or abuse.
Gotcha.
So like if the power surge were to hit, or if one of the pixels were to get start to go out, or if the backlight goes out,
Right.
those things would be covered. But actual damage to the panel is not going to be covered.
Okay, that's good to know.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
And was the repair done?
No,
Why not?
because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
If it's under warranty, I don't think the diagnostic would be what you would charge you for.
Okay.
Because obviously they have to determine if the damage is covered by warranty or not.
Right. So like if it's under warranty, but like someone calls and they don't know if it's right, and so then they come out and take a look and they say, yeah, it's not covered. It would be, cheaper to buy a new TV, but the warranty was still active, then there probably wouldn't be a fee.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a fee that just has someone come out and look at it under warranty, because again, they have to determine if it's covered
Right,
by warranty or not.
right.
And that will be on them.
So that was one of the reason I asked that question, because I thought it was weird that she paid him. He didn't do anything. He said it would be cheaper, and then she paid like that. That was, there were a lot of things about her testimony with this that didn't make sense that we watched from day one already. And so these are the questions I'm asking. Also, big shout out to Aaron. He was very knowledgeable and very helpful. But as you could see, if the TV wasn't still under warranty, you would have to pay to have them come out. There would be a fee. But if it's under warranty, there wouldn't be a fee if they don't actually do anything with your TV.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
The answer is because she was involved in literally everything in her life.
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they might have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
Don't worry, I asked
So-
this question. Hi, Jennifer. Glad you're
Do you
here.
know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that.
So if I purchased the TV again as like a gift, and he were to call to have something repaired for it, would he be able to do that since he didn't purchase the TV? Like, would the warranty be in my name, and then that would cause a problem, or?
So if you want to provide him the proof of purchase, he can register the TV warranty with the manufacturer under his own name.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, that's very helpful. I think that's all of my questions, and I took some notes here, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So there you go, guys. So yeah, I mean, basically none of what Wendi says about the TV ever made any sense to me. So again, to summarize what I learned from the phone call, the screen is not covered under warranty if it's broken by someone damaging it, you know, like that, right? That checks out. But literally nothing else about this checks out. Because all this much ado about the warranty, it means the TV is still under warranty. And if it's under warranty, they wouldn't be charging a fee to come out there if they don't do anything. And then also, as we just heard, that, you know, if you're buying a TV as a gift for someone else, you would put their name, right? So that it registers with them, and which only makes logical sense. But we heard it from Aaron himself, straight from Aaron's mouth. Shout out to Aaron. He was great. That phone call was a little bit longer. He also taught me a lot about how screens are made and the pixels. And he went into a lot of the really specific technical stuff. He was very knowledgeable, but you know, I didn't include all that because it wasn't pertinent to this testimony, but he was great. So, okay. So carrying on. Now remember, like, why does all this shit with the TV matter, right? Because this is trying to make it seem like this wasn't an alibi or trying to be an alibi, right? And so part of the whole thing is they're needing to give a reason for why she's texting Donna and she's calling Charlie and all this and that, right? And the reason is because the entire fucking family, according to Wendi, right, was involved in the purchase of this TV, which just, again, makes this, you know, and so this whole thing about the warranties and, you know, in other words, if it was like normal where it was the warranty is in her name, then there wouldn't have been any way to explain the other communications, right? So that's why all this matters, and that's why disproving it also matters. You know what you were doing, Wendi. I mean, and to that end, I will just say, when it comes to Wendi's trial, when that happens, right, when she gets charged, when she has her trial, the details of this TV thing are going to matter more than anyone else's trial. And so, like, in my opinion, because they're going to have to show that she knew what was going on, right? That's the whole thing. And in other words, if they can do what I did, although I'm sure they would do it more, right, and totally like negate this entire TV thing and show that it was a setup to give her an alibi, and that, especially if they can show that the only thing that they could have been talking about was talking about the TV, but again, like the code, right? That it was a code, you know, that would show that she had knowledge right ahead of time. So, I mean, that's not the only way to show it, but that would be a big way.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same thing, but Bullet.
Oh my God. Also, we're going to do a field trip.
Whiskey.
Here in a sec.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having a stock the bar party.
Wedding
so
shower.
They asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
And Charlie referenced this in the
Yes,
jail
that's it.
calls. Essentially saying that if it wasn't for that, she would have been completely screwed as it pertains to this bourbon. But in other words, this was that if only one thing was legit of anything that she says, this ostensibly proves that she was asked to buy this specific alcohol.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this
We're
point in
going
time.
to see it.
No objection.
Here's Your Honor.
Oh,
State of mind.
You remind me what you-
state of mind? No. I think an approach. So the state objected to hearsay, and then Dan stated, as for the an exception to hearsay, state of mind. That's not the right exception. I don't know what the exception will be, but that's not it.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to it.
There it is. The objection is sustained. So that's actually not coming in. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I was like, I can't even think of what the exception would be. So it's sustained.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation,
Ding.
it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that.
Jerry is nodding. So it's really funny because again, in the jail calls, I think he makes it sound like that came in, but it didn't come in. They just reference it. So maybe remember how I said if there's only one thing that maybe checks out, maybe this is only gets a half a point because we can't see it. We don't really know. Who knows what he's got on that piece of paper, right? It literally could be anything. Okay. The way Charlie nodded,
Now,
he's like, yep, I'm going to be not guilty because of this.
You decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
You did.
You're not a big drinker. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
That's not what Jeff said.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
There's at least 3 of them because Charlie said so on the
Now,
jail
when
call.
you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Great.
You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
Okay,
That's right.
so we're going to do our little field trip, guys. You know how we do. We love our squirrely field trips. So, okay. So, here's the liquor store. Let's do our street view. And remember, we learned, go back. We learned that from locals, right? That this at the time was considered to be like not the best in the best condition, or kind of the shitty one or whatever in the area. And what's funny too, again, referencing the jail calls, remember Charlie talks about how the pharmacy is right next to it, because he talks about how he would go to this ABC store or whatever. I don't know why, but he talks about going to pick up your prescription, his prescriptions. He says the CVS pharmacy. He talks about the CVS pharmacy. There it is, right next to the liquor store. So one-stop shopping, right? You get your alcohol, you get your prescriptions. So there it is. So now, going back to the map here. Take me back to the map. Okay, so let's do this actually. And we don't, they haven't, I tried to find where, if they say the address of the house on Trescott. I didn't hear them say the number, at least in the testimony with Wendi from, day one and day two. So, but we're going to just do Trescott. Aha. Okay, so So she goes to the house first and then goes to the ABC store. There's Trescott. Okay. And then take a U-turn. Wait, where's the ABC store? I guess it's over here. So okay, hang on. Let's see. There's a Trader Joe's. The Benton Hill. So this is the way she goes. This is the way she goes. So it would have taken around 11 minutes. And then let's see. Let's do Mosaic. Are they not there anymore? It's a restaurant, right? Interesting. Well, I'm not spelling Tallahassee, right? I guess it's not there anymore. That's unfortunate. Maybe they'll give the address at some point and then we can, or they'll mention if the name changed and then we can pull it up. Because I wanted to go to Mosaic too. So does anybody happen to know about what happened to Mosaic? So shout out, I think we have a new squirrel friend. Couldn't agree with you more, MCAT. First of all, welcome. Second of all, yes, correct. Facts. She's a total liar and so fake. Couldn't agree more. How did they know she was at the restaurant? There's testimony. We will, I think, hear it today, like this day in trial. But from what I recall, it had to do with like she dropped a pin on Facebook or something. Like she literally said, "I'm here with friends" or whatever bullshit. You know what I mean? She totally did try to set him up, absolutely, as the fall guy. Thank you, DSN, for the win here. Let's put this in. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this correctly. Thank you so much, DSN. I knew one of you guys would know. Okay. So, excellent. Take me there. And we heard about the mailbox, right? It's right here because the mailbox is the brick one and the house is removed. They talked about that on that court TV thing where Joel was there. So there's the house back here. Thank you, DSN. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, ABC is the liquor store. And it's funny because in different states, it varies. Like in some states, they can sell like wine and liquor all in the same place. Like in a lot of states in the South and in North Carolina included, right? And Florida's the same. Like you can't, like stores will have like wine and beer or like grocery stores can have that. But like if you want liquor, you go to a liquor store and it's the ABC store and it's all it is the liquor. No wine, no beer, just liquor. It's like it's a thing through the law where they have to have a license for that. So, but it's really funny because I know like there's other states where like you can buy all of them in one place, which is interesting. Thank you, Jennifer, confirming the restaurant's not there. It's something else. Thank you so much, my friend. Top Cat 88, glad you're here also. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Love all the new squirrel friends. Welcome to the squirrel crew. And we've got another, thank you so much, 1410 Market Street. Thank you. We're going to take a look and see what it is now. And Flash read my mind. I was just about to say, thank you, Flash. For anyone who's new and wants to join the Law Squirrel Discord, Flash graciously put that in the chat. Let me also put a link for the commands for anyone who wants to use, we've got a bazillion Nightbot commands and anyone can use them. But welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. Happy to meet you guys and see you guys. So 1410 Market Street. Thank you. So let's do that. We're going through Wendi's day, as it were. So how do I change the directions? Oh my God. Okay, so where did it go? 1410 Market Street. Let's go there. Let's go there. Okay, so this is what it is now. Garden salad chick. Why does Hearth and Soul ring a bell? Was that there? Does that come up in this? Why does that sound familiar? Was that there before? Like, does that come up in this trial? Do they talk about it? But this definitely would be, that's it now. Garden salad chick. I wonder what else is in this shopping center. Let's take a look. I love doing these little field trips. So Hearth and Soul, I wonder what that is. Whoa, what's that thing? We got a Celtic symbol thing. What else have we got here? We got a spa. Oh, look, we got a CBD shop, THC, mushrooms. We've got a gift boutique. We've got some pizza. We've got, what is this? Patio furniture or something? And some patio, another salon over here called Image for people like the Adelsons that care about their stupid image. My favorite books. Very good. So you can do some shopping over here. You can get your nails done, get your hair did, as they say. And then you can go eat at what is now Chicken Salad Chick. This is an interesting thing, though, this little symbol. I wonder, like, what is that about? I wonder. The Market District. This place looks like it's vacant. Some nice outdoor seating, which we hear about in this trial. There's a person. Shout out to the person. So yes, there we go. We've done it. We've done our field trip. So okay. So now I'll leave this up here in case we want to refer back, but now we'll jump back to our testimony here. So, okie dokie, coolio, let's do it.
You went with him voluntarily to speak with him? You let police.
Okay, so where we're at, for anyone who's just joining us, we're on day 2 of trial. She's on cross, and he's just asked her about when Detective Isom shows up at the Mosaic for her lunch, and asks her to go speak with him.
Search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from two.
For anyone else who's new as well, by the way, we did recently, I've got playlists for all the trials and cases that I have covered, I am covering, but we did watch her interrogation in full. We also watched Jeff Lacasse's interview in full. We listened to a lot of the, like, pretty much, I think it's almost every single one of Charlie's jail calls, but it's every time where there was jail call between him and Donna where they talk about, like, Wendi, basically, or, like, you know, stuff like that. We listened to, so it was quite a bit. We listened to all those. I think there were actually 2 live streams for that. We also did all of Donna's emails. So yeah, anyway, just because they just mentioned the interview, so that reminded me.
Approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
She kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
It's not really.
Now, you remember on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
She threw him, threw him under the bus less than 22 minutes it took. Because that was actually the thumbnail for her interrogation. It was on there where less than 22 minutes in, threw him under the bus.
You said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
I mean, accurate. Yeah, she definitely calls herself the suspect probably 8 or 10 times in that interrogation. One of my favorite moments is when she asks for them to read her Miranda. This is for anyone who didn't see this when we covered it. For me, her interrogation to me is the most guilty interrogation of any interrogation I've ever seen, and I've seen too many to even estimate. And I include in that interrogations where the suspect confesses. Wendi's interrogation to me is more conclusive of her guilt than interrogations where someone ultimately confesses. That is how I feel about her interrogation. So
You told them about the motion to relocate.
Awesome.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes,
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes,
You agreed to let the police search your car.
yes.
By the way, there's Ruth Markel in the gallery. Can you guys see my mouse? She's right here. There's Ruth Markel. I'm keeping an eye out for Joel. And there's also, oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? There's Dan Markel's dad. I'm blanking on his name for some reason. But I'm keeping an eye out for Joel of STS, but I haven't seen him yet. I have seen Mentor Lawyer. He's over here to the left.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation to the Bull of Bourbon, right?
Yeah.
That I wasn't able to admit. He shouldn't have said
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
He said that.
Yes,
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue.
yes,
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
This is all dumb because the whole point was to keep her as distant as possible. That's the whole point. That's why you hire somebody, right? You try to keep the person who's in charge the furthest away from the people who actually do the murder. That's the whole point. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. And I will say, you're allowed to lead on cross, but I do agree that he's definitely pushing it. And his little side comment about that exhibit I wasn't allowed to get in, I'm surprised that nobody said anything because that should have been stricken from the record. You're not allowed to comment on that. So we now know way more than we did then, right? As to Dan Rashbaum's ethics or lack thereof as an attorney. I mean, even before all the issues with the conflict of interest issues, even before that, again, having just reviewed all those jail calls, Donna definitely makes it sound like he had knowledge that they were going to flee the country. So that's another thing too, that I hope they're looking into, the ABA.
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes,
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
yes,
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner.
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called.
Yes, Flash. I'm hopeful they will allow cameras everywhere. You're asking, is Rashbaum the piano player? Rashbaum. Are you thinking? I'm trying to think if there's a similar name that you might. Are you talking about a classical pianist or maybe a composer? Like there's Rachmaninoff, the composer. I don't know. Let me know what you're thinking there.
Called back a couple minutes later, and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes,
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
yes,
Oh, yeah.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. You won't know the exact time, but you recall speaking with him in the morning.
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
That was a lot of blinking.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
And they complained all the way.
Yes,
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
yes,
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so
Yep.
He's planted his
Yep.
chair.
So Top Cat knows those jail calls really well. That's exactly right. Dan said we might get out. Yep. Yeah, she references in that same, 1 minute of that jail call, she references his guidance there. She says his name, I think 2 or 3 times, I believe. But yeah, that's the key part right there. Dan said we might get out. Yep. Which right there, that's not good for him, right? Blah, blah, blah is Rashbaum's whole cross. Yeah, basically.
In the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct. So let's do this, because this entire day, I believe, is just literally, there's one law enforcement, but it's basically all, well, there's the lunch, but and then there's Stephen Webster. But we have Wendi and there's June. So, okay. So we're going to jump ahead. We're going to get to redirect here where it's on a break. Let's go to redirect here, or no. Okay. So we need to go, let's do this. Let's go to, see, these timestamps. Okay. Look, this is why I was like, where's the timestamp? They don't timestamp it like I do. They don't timestamp for every time it changes who's doing the questioning. So that's annoying. So, well, this is almost done. Never mind. Okay, we're about to be a redirect. So here we go. So Rashbaum is Charlie's attorney, who's in a world of trouble right now, a world of hurt.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
Thank you, DSN. Yep. Wow, it's a really short cross because, I mean, he's almost done. That's a really short
And you
cross.
arranged for the Markells to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over to my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th.
On the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or 2.
And when you left, you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house.
No.
And you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
I mean, I made that decision much later, but.
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get you more stuff at your house, right?
He did.
A friend or a lover? Yeah, I know. Flash does research all the cases. That's for sure. Okay, he's about done. He's about done. Are you done? He's done.
You have one more moment, Your Honor.
He's done. He's going to say he's done. And then we're going to do a swoop. And for anyone who doesn't know, so we're going to do a swoop as they switch, the questioning. And the swoop, it features our troll from the night that we watched Wendi's interrogation. And we had this troll, Glenn. He's now infamous on this channel. Shout out to Glenn, kind of. And so you guys will see the swoop here in a sec. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Whenever I can't remember something, y'all always help out, whether it's addresses or names. Phil, thank you. Phil was, I couldn't remember Phil's name. I'm sorry, Phil. I remembered Ruth, of course. But Phil, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Get ready for the swoop. Wendi swoop. Oh, gross.
Now, it's been said in this courtroom
One more
that
question.
you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life.
Oh, God.
Is that true?
It's not true.
Offensive.
For the first 2 years after
I mean,
the
look at how she says this. If you're on this jury, Are you like, yeah, that's, you can definitely tell she's being like truthful, but also like you would look at how she answers.
Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
I mean, it just, y'all, I don't even have the words, so you guys are going to have to help me out. I mean, it's just stone cold. Like, I don't even know, man. Crazy.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you
that's
limit
funny.
Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Interesting.
In
Interesting.
fact, they had complete access to the boys,
Wow.
right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys.
I cooked dinner for them, yes.
Tony
Every time they
Henderson was
visited.
one of Sarah Boone's attorneys.
There were sleepovers and play dates.
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No.
I can't believe Glenn is
And then
on
in
the
October
team.
of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
The letter was released.
No, if you guys ever see Glenn on other channels, you're gonna have just tag him in the chat and be like, "How's your book about Wendi going?"
Where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
Are you done, Dan?
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Did you benefit
Flash?
from Professor Markel's death?
No.
Lies.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
Lies. She'd be lying like a rug, as they say.
How are your boys doing?
They're doing very well. Thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, maybe this is his last one moment, Your Honor. Are you done? Are you done?
Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Okay, and now we swoop. Now we swoop. Now we swoop. Here we go, Wendi swoop, as we go on to redirect.
I have that skirt.
Direct examination.
Wendi has that skirt.
The long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee post murder date. None of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here, yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
I
no,
know.
I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go
Oh,
to
there you go.
school?
That's one of the things. That was actually the first thing that Glenn said when Glenn joined the interrogation lines. The first thing that he started saying was that she never left Tallahassee.
All here in Tallahassee.
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee if they got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book.
Which is crazy.
I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written?
Heather, you have to check this out. One of our new scroll friends, check this out, has seen Glenn trolling on other channels. So I said, if anybody sees Glenn on another channel and they're in the chat, tag him and ask how his book about Wendi's doing.
Have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
Oh boy.
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was
Oh,
the
boy.
central character in that book?
So there's three central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients have represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right. And what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the...
That's a fucking lie. Sorry. It just is. It's a lie.
Florida State University?
That sounds right.
NFSU?
NFSU sounds right, yeah.
All right. And in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's
Oh
career?
my God.
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would
Get her,
say.
Georgia. Get her.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the...
Charlie's like, that's it. I'm fucked. Let's listen to this again.
Right, and in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187
That
of,
answer, the way that she answers that, she just, so in other words, her answer to that is interesting because she doesn't say that she remembers that being the line in the book, right? She answers it, yes, that sounds like something Lily would say. The only way you can answer that, right? Think about this logically, guys, is if because you, in other words, because the character is based on you. It's like, because she's not saying, oh, I remember writing that, or I remember that was the line. She's saying that sounds like something Lily would say. I mean, in other words, you can swap that as like, that sounds like something I would say, right? That's how I take that. Shout out to IS. Glad you're here. Awesome to see you again, my friend. Good Lord is accurate.
of the divorce document on Cross, and I'll hand that back to you.
Yep.
This is actually my copy. Just turn back to 187.
I believe it. It's on Amazon. I found it on Amazon. I thought about buying it so that we could have a copy and do like a reading, like dramatic readings for like over a number of live streams. But I was like, God damn it, I don't want to buy it and then, support Wendi, by buying her stupid book. So if anybody sees it in like a thrift store or something, let me know. Bye, Flash. Have fun with your homework. It's always for being here.
Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Okay.
George is like, you're going to make me come over here and point it out to you. Did you hear the exasperation in her eye?
It had to do with, let's see if I can find it, that you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the third paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh my God, look at her stupid face, guys.
What is the Prof's blog? You were asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the blog?
Yeah.
Profs.
For real.
Probably
Prof's blog.
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you on the
I
list?
can answer that question, and I don't even have any. Obviously, it's the criminal law professors.
Serve for that Prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
The post says Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the Prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the Prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example.
Okay. But
not,
he didn't
not
put
a flight number.
But he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on Cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Should be,
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
right?
No.
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
No.
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
Oh my
I
God.
have not.
Bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. Lies. Lies. Lies.
Look at that document to yourself.
Good one. Good one.
Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanowa.
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No,
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
Ghostbusters.
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No,
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were,
So Wendi is saying she can only listen to one or the other. If she's listening to somebody talking, she can only either A, be listening to the voice and designating and thinking, oh, it's this person, and not knowing the content, or she can listen and hear the content, but be like, who is speaking to me? Brilliant.
your brother's voice, right?
But
So Candace asking a question, what is the bump? So the bump is what they call, it's like the name for when the FBI agents, they were kind of doing like an undercover situation, right? Where they were like communicating to Donna. I think it was via letters, right, guys? I'm sure it was someone in the chat, or more than one person I'm sure knows, but like trying to basically extort them, like to see if they would show up, like saying like, what specifically was it? Like, I don't even remember anymore. But like baiting, like, well, hold on, let me think. My brain has so many cases in it. It was related to the fact that they had already grabbed Sigfredo and Luis, and something like they needed more money, right, to stay quiet, something along those lines, right? And where it wouldn't reference the thing, but like to see if they would show up. Anyway, I'm sure someone else can describe that better in the chat as well. Right. They basically said that she needed to help one of the people in jail. Right. That's kind of what I was like trying to say, but not well. Thank you. To pay them more money. Right. More money. Yep. Left voicemails. Thank you for Donna to give them money. Okay. Wasn't there a letter though, or am I crazy? I guess that's the letter that they're referencing here, right? That's when they hand over a letter but it was voicemails prior to that. And wasn't there also voicemails left at the dental office too? Right. Trying to get them to incriminate themselves. Correct, Candace. Yes. And the idea too being, right, like they were wanting to meet, they wanted Donna to meet them, right? Not Charlie, but Donna. And that's important, right? Because they had the wire on the wiretaps. They heard Donna and Charlie talking with each other. And so it was like, in other words, if Donna shows up, that then they know she's in on it too, right? So
I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know
Excellent.
what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is, your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I
That's
listened to.
right.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
Thank you.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OKcupid?
OKcupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking? So I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case, and it was celebrated,
Oh,
downloaded.
Argument.
oh, I don't know what I answered correctly, but you guys have been answering everything, and I've been reading what y'all say. They got an approach on that one. Okay. We know Jeff was like, she had a, like, what did he say? Something like at least 10 different boyfriends was what he said in his interview that he felt like she had.
Proper impeachment is sustained.
While they were together.
Jury is to disregard.
The last comment from the prosecutor. Go ahead.
Didn't
Now that could come in her trial.
you just say that you weren't on OKcupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is, there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful, or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
Wasn't
she's
she
getting
didn't know
that.
that, though, did she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I know.
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency,
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
a Jewish foster care.
How many times have the kids visited Dan's parents since this murder?
Many. It can be hard to count.
Countless times?
Countless times.
How many times have they seen him in the last year?
We had a visit with Danny's dad and the boy's cousin this summer. We had,
I remember this
We've had
part.
a lot of Skype visits. They do live in Canada, so it makes it a little bit harder to have in-person visitation. But every time they've asked for it, we've arranged it.
Every time they've asked for a visit, you've arranged it.
Yes, ma'am.
Something happens with this, I feel like.
How many times have they seen him in the last 5 years?
Again, we
Countless?
had- as in the last 5 years, that overlaps with the time when they tried to put them in foster care. So since we've reestablished relations, we've seen them About twice a year, whenever they come down to Florida.
So in the last 5 years, they've seen him how many times? 2 or 3 times a year?
About that.
Has this been a major issue between you and Dan Martell's parents? This issue of them having access to the kids?
The issue of them trying to put them in foster care is a major
No,
issue.
ma'am, that's
yes.
not my
No.
question.
I'm sorry.
Hasn't the issue of them trying to get access to your kids been a major issue, at least for them?
Since they tried to put the children in foster
Oh
care,
my
yes,
God,
before that, it was
stop
not a
it.
problem.
Are you familiar with their work across the street at the legislature trying to get bills passed to give grandparents rights to see kids?
I'm familiar with their grandparents' legislation, but it's actually unconstitutional.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's right. Dude. Get her, Georgia.
Are you mad? Are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014 and you weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time. That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
That's the theory of the defense in this case, is that he's known the whole time. Your brother's known what happened to Dan. Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things. It's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
That's if there's nothing else honest that comes out of her mouth, I think that is honest. Hold on, let's listen to that again.
Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things. It's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
Well, try.
I'm confused. It's hard to process.
And apparently, according to his lawyer, these killers had threatened to kill your brother's family members as well. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
And that would be you, right?
It would.
Were you told that a specific threat had been made by the same people that had killed your ex-husband to kill your brother's family members?
I was not told.
Would that have been information you would have liked to know back in 2014?
Good
Yes.
question.
Would you have made the same decision to move down to South Florida, closer to the killers?
No, I would not.
And even after the killers were arrested in 2016, you weren't told that that's what was going on the whole time.
I found out yesterday.
No further questions.
Members of the jury.
Oh, let me see. The blonde behind Georgia. You mean the dude behind the blonde lady? Like, can you guys see my mouse? No, you can't see it. The dude, like the big dude back there. Yeah, she only defects Wendi, right? Yes, of course. Of course. Of
Being
course.
instructed to disregard the comment of the witness as to the constitutionality of any portion
Oh,
of the
right.
court statutes. You may step down. Will Ms. Adelson be recalled at any point?
The answer is yes, that same day, but we don't know it.
Look into both of you. Will she be recalled at any point?
That's possible, Judge. I'd ask that she remain under the rule, but she's free to go about her business.
No, she should. Well, again, so this comes up. So we're going to see what happens because it happens in with Jeff's testimony that they end up needing to be like, get her back to the courthouse. So, okay. So now we are going to go to that.
No, you're not.
Please call your next witness. Have a good day.
Here we go.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Oh, I need to do a swoop. I need to do a swoop. We're doing a swoop and then we're going to hear from Jeff. Woohoo!
I have that skirt.
Excellent. Wonderful. That audio changed in the courtroom. That's not me or you guys. That's the court feed. Okay, here he comes.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. Jeffreylacasse.
I love that you said.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you
I'm
been
the
with this issue?
legend.
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in
So
television?
I asking the question, did he sit through her testimony? He can't. So in trials, with every trial, there's a witness exclusionary rule. And there's only a few exceptions. Like one exception is like with in a criminal trial, the prosecution can designate someone from law enforcement who's allowed to be there to listen to the other witnesses. Although they don't always utilize it, but they have that option. And the other thing would be like, for example, if it's victims' family members or something like that, what they will do is they will call them first, like as the first witnesses, so that then they can sit in the gallery. However, it's interesting because in the Casey Anthony trial, George and Cindy Anthony are called like, I don't know, maybe a dozen times each or something. It's insane. They actually kind of tiptoed around the rules with that because George did testify first, but Cindy didn't testify until after a number of witnesses had gone. And so basically they just waived the exclusionary rule for them being victims is what they did. So like if you're, so basically, yeah. So the only, again, the other, that could be an exception. Like if you're direct relations and you're like of the victim of whoever got killed, then they can make, but like the example I was going to say too, from Lori Vallow, right? Like, I think it was Kay Woodcock, right? Kay Woodcock, she had to testify first so that then she could be allowed to stay to watch the trial. So I should also add, if you're a witness, not only can you not be present in the gallery, you can't watch the trial. Oftentimes you'll actually hear them ask each witness, have you watched any of this trial? So that the witness exclusionary rule, you know, when you don't have one of those exceptions, is you shouldn't know anything about what's going on in trial. You don't talk to the other witnesses, don't watch any of the trial. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. So he was just brought in, he was waiting in the hallway or whatever, another room, and they brought him in as she was leaving.
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. I love Tallahassee, so when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013.
I also love this guy.
You can have water.
His interview is excellent. Love his interview. Yep. We watched all this.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson, I don't know, maybe we need to move it.
Is this about the right distance here?
I'm not sure.
So they're moving the microphone.
During the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendi Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markel?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
Not surprising, right?
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty divorce?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating her, did you become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I met Professor Markel. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
And were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation for sure.
If you know, did Wendi want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up, and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about two and a half months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's.
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day.
Definitely.
There's a dude, you guys, there's a dude right to Georgia's right, like a couple rows back, like directly behind Ruth Markel. There's a dude. Watch this dude's face. Hold on. Let me look at this. I don't know who this guy is. Watch this guy's face.
The date because she was so upset. That was about two and a half months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's.
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day.
Definitely was. She left a group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Here's mentor lawyer.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendi Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendi to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi,
That's Ruth Markel, the victim's mother. Donna, by the way, Donna and Harvey did not attend this trial to support their son. They did not come to the trial. So
did you have an occasion?
Remember, they were preparing to leave the country during this trial. He's on trial for murder, right? Facing life in prison, which ended up happening. And meanwhile, they are packing their stupid bags.
Her family members in South Florida?
I did. Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right. So you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
And that's a good
That
story.
was evening of March 11th, 2014.
Hot tub story.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently.
Yes.
Because she wasn't allowed to drive.
What about Catherine McManaman? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, and her went to dinner that evening, March 11th.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom
Yes.
that you had dinner with? Who's that?
It is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table, wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine McManaman, how was she related to this family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend, essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendi was meeting Catherine McManaman as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine McManaman, and that was my impression, yes.
All right. So anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Ms. McManaman mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine McManaman mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right. What about after dinner? Where'd you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendi Adelson. Charles Adelson was in the hot tub for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right. So Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. It was his roommate, yeah.
All right. And where was Catherine McManaman at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Oh, he surely did.
Judge.
I knew there was going to be an objection. I knew there was going to be an objection. Oh, there was a motion to eliminate. Interesting. Approach. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't remember what happens because I haven't watched this since when it actually happened. They always go back there to talk.
Continue.
Let me ask a more specific question. Adelson in the hot tub mentioned anything about having connections to a criminal element?
Yes, he did. He mentioned having contacts on both sides of the tracks.
Okay, so here's what happened there. So the motion to eliminate must, because we heard about in Jeff's interview, he talks about this hot tub conversation that was so odd, and he mentions a number of things that he found odd about that hot tub conversation, and some of those are things that have to do with like financial, maybe misdeeds, maybe like tax fraud, but also kind of getting into like the SA territory where he punished one of his former girlfriends sexually, and you guys I'm sure have all heard it. But in other words, like the stories that Charlie told in that hot tub were like really bizarre to hear. Like in the way Jeff puts it, he says, considering I had just met him, and that they were concerning. So in other words, that's why he said you have to ask a more specific question, because for the question she initially asked was like, did he make any bizarre statements or something like that? And it's like, okay, well he could answer that with any of those things, right? So she had to narrow it down. But statements that involving, people that could conduct criminal activity, basically. So because in other words, to narrow it so that he doesn't end up answering it and say one of those things that now Jeff wouldn't know it's a motion to eliminate, right? So that's the thing. So it's the attorney's job to ask the question that will elicit the answer that won't. Now, having said that, had the defense not objected, okay, because that could happen. Like, had the defense not been paying attention, had they not objected, and she asked the open-ended question and then he answered it and he spilled the beans about the other stuff, too bad, so sad, right? But because they objected, right? So in other words, now she has to make sure that she doesn't ask a question that will elicit testimony that would be a part of that motion in limine. And again, the witness, you know, that's part of the challenge as being a prosecutor, right? You should be able to ask those questions even without the witness knowing this is off limits or this isn't off limits or whatever, right? Now, not usually, there's always going to be some amount of witness prep, right? Now, how much witness prep they did with him, I would imagine probably a lot less because, you know, he'd already testified previously, and then he also had the interrogation or the interview rather. And I think that they're not worried about his testimony, you know, or whatever. But, you know, somebody like Katie McBanois, right? They probably would have put a lot more effort into her witness prep, I would imagine. But anyway, my point is that whether the witness has been prepped or not, you have to ask the right questions. Once an objection has been lodged, you know, like for this here pertaining to the motion to eliminate, then you can't then go and ask a question that would raise an issue that is a part of the motion to eliminate, or you'd be in big trouble.
Dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but they also had people he knew that were a criminal element. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Anything about these people that are the criminal element.
You mentioned specifically, I repeated it to TPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Right.
So he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said.
And what was the context of this? Was he just seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendi at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye coffee shop to have coffee just to meet midday, and Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship, and she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been...
Thinking about things, if we think about looking forward to Wendi's trial when it happens after she's charged, you know, things that will, like, their entire case is like the vast majority is going to come from him, right? To how she had prior knowledge. And that's why I wanted to point this out as an example of that. He is gold for the state, right? Because this is a great example. This whole thing right here about how she knew she just had to be back. And he talks about this in his interview as well, about how this was so weird. This didn't make any sense. There was no reason for it. It was out of character. There were a lot of things. This is just one of them. But to her knowledge, even as to the exact date, right?
And July 18th, 5 p.m. is my understanding.
DSN, for anyone who's new to the chat here, DSN, there's always a heavily laden with sarcasm, I think is that what I'm trying to say?
Couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta, you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right. And we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right. And so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
I'm also going to tell a little story for anyone DSN. So where this name came from, I'm going to tell your story here, DSN. So that action figure in the thumbnail there, okay? So that used to belong to DSN when DSN was a child. You can correct me for anything I get wrong in the chat, of course. And then during COVID, I believe it was, right? It was, you know, some point his son had a show and tell and wanted to bring this action figure, you know, like, I think it's like an original G.I. Joe, right? And that was for the show and tell. And then unexpectedly, and as a surprise to everyone, like when the classmates or the teacher asked what the name was, his son said, Daddy Short Nuts, and no one knew where it came from. And so that's where that came. That's the story. Hopefully I think that's pretty accurate. I know I've told it before, but it was a while ago. So.
All right. Did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Now y'all know.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to,
Jeff,
went to her.
Look at this. He hits every mark, right? He's making sure that the jury knows she had no reason to be sick except for the fact that she was sick about murdering.
House, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little
Jeff
bit.
Jeff is a dude. What a gangster, man. Like, look at the subtle way he looks and glances at the jury. Watch this, guys. So subtle. Dude, he's awesome. I love him.
That there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit.
There's the glance. Love
to this
Love
TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night. And I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to refresh those. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do you get the movie or?
Well, it was back in the day. It was Redbox. So I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right. And go over there with the movie.
I know,
and what happens when you arrive?
I walk in the door and
right. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, it's gold. Every single thing from his test is pure gold. All of it is gold, right? Love it. Just love it so much. Love it so much.
Ms. Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong
with
literally
brought receipts.
Television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist and hit it like that was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders.
Yeah, there's like an impact crater and then there's from that there's and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult.
I almost forgot about this part, guys. This is where we end up getting, and I think that this was new to this trial because of course there had already been other trials previously, right? But this is where we finally learn that they seem to hint at a kid did not break this TV and that it was an adult on purpose to set up this entire TV thing. Wow.
Or really, no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it. So I looked all around the room and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure. And I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial. So I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before. So yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go.
So shout out to Leslie. I think you're new here. Welcome to welcome everybody. But if you were already here, then glad you're still here. Thanks for being here. But for all the new people, welcome. So right. So didn't one of the children. So it's not until this trial that this is my recollection. Again, I haven't watched this since when it happened, right? But my recollection is that that was what was always the case because that's what Wendi said, right? Wendi's story was that one of the kids might have broken it or whatever, right? And actually we can pull that up. Let me pull this. Hold on, just one sec. So we can hear her say that in this, which we watched earlier. This is me calling the Geek Squad. Maybe we should watch this again anyway because I know we've got a lot of new people here. This is me calling the Geek Squad just to see what the truth is in Wendi's claims. But we'll hear her mention the kids part. And that, so in other words, we got it from her, the bit about the kids, right?
This is Aaron speaking with the virtual sales team. How can I help you?
Hi, Aaron. I just had a couple quick questions here. I'm considering purchasing a TV for my brother and he's got 2 young kids. So I just wanted to ask a couple questions before I purchase that about like how y'all's warranty works with the Geek Squad, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Geek Squad warranty for TVs, we fill usually 2 plans. There's a 2-year and a 5-year plan.
Okay.
The cost of the plan is based on the cost of the TV. So obviously a cheaper TV will have a cheaper plan to purchase for it. You did mention that you have 2 young kids. I'm kind of seeing where you're going with that. Maybe worried about them damaging the TV somehow.
Yeah, like breaking the screen, something like that.
Yeah. So I do want to say that accidental damage to the screen of the TV is actually not covered.
That was interesting to learn. Okay.
If something were to get thrown at that TV, or if it were to get knocked over and fall, that actually does not cover it. The protection plan is more so for products failing under normal use conditions with no misuse or abuse.
Gotcha.
So like if the power surge were to hit, or if one of the pixels were to get start to go out, or if the backlight goes out,
right,
those things would be covered. But actual damage to the panel is not going to be covered.
Okay, that's good to know.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
A little crack in the TV. So this is why I wanted to go back, because I was like, you know what? There's going to be even more discrepancies than at face value, right? Like hearing what Jeff is describing, it sounds like he's describing someone taking like a baseball bat to it or whatever, but she says a little crack. So this is why I'm like, you know what? This is worth watching again. I literally thought that. I literally thought to myself this. I thought to myself, DSN, I wonder if they've had someone call and ask these same questions before. Literally thought that.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
If it's under warranty, I don't think the diagnostic would be what you would charge you for.
Okay.
Because obviously they have to determine if the damage is covered by warranty or not.
Right. So like if it's under warranty, but like someone calls and they don't know if it's right, and so then they come out and take a look and they say, yeah, it's not covered, it would be cheaper to buy a new TV, but the warranty was still active, then there probably wouldn't be a fee.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a fee to just have someone come out and look at it under warranty, because again, they have to determine if it's covered by warranty or not.
Right.
That will be on them.
Because it doesn't make any sense, right? That Wendi had to pay him when they didn't provide any service and it's under warranty. That's why I asked that question.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that.
And well, this last bit is just the bit about the whole thing about where she says, oh, because it was registered, blah, 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 under my parents. So anyway, but that I wanted to just play that first. We watched this whole little clip at the beginning of the live stream or earlier in the live stream. But anyway, I wanted to play those spots again because again, addressing this question. So yeah, so there you go. So Wendi says a little crack, maybe one of the kids broke it, Okay, so now we'll go back to Jeff here.
Hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue. And it's her house, her TV, her kids. So I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time.
Wow.
And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating. And I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV. And I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV.
Oh my God.
It was not like an 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room. So we could have replaced it right away.
All right. A couple things there. So first of all, like he said, it wasn't under warranty. So again, that phone, what I learned when I called, right, the Geek Squad, right, as y'all heard just a second ago, that if you break the screen like that, like it's damaged like that from somebody, then that's not covered, right? Because it's not a failure of the TV. But the warranty was still active, which is why it's weird and doesn't make sense that Wendi had to pay them to come by. So again, she had an active warranty, but the issue with the TV wasn't covered by the warranty because it was caused by likely Wendi, right? At this point. But this part, like, let's listen again. This is just, we're learning so much. This is awesome.
And of course, I had related that this TV is broken. It's unwatchable. It's not covered by warranty. You're going to have to get a new TV. And I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room. So we could have replaced it right away.
All right. Did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer. And again, it's her house. I tried to respect the boundaries.
Right?
And I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
I mean, this is great, right? Like, why did she not want him to replace the TV, right? I think we all know the answer.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June. Ms. Adelson mentioned that there was a big fight toward the end of June. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the weekend of June 27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight occurred?
We were in Gainesville. Ms. Adelson accompanied me for a work trip, and we had that scheduled for a while. And she accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
When did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive.
Oh boy. That was what they tried to get in with Wendi with the OKcupid bit, remember? And there was an objection as to relevance and it got sustained. But that just came out from him. Like, listen, guys, wow.
Tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that.
That's dropped the ball. They could have objected and stopped that, but too late.
That was combined with Wendi promising me the world in June.
I know.
Talking about me moving in. Shouldn't get
Another
cheap.
funny thing for those of you guys who weren't here with Glenn, one of the other funny things that we were joking about when Glenn was, because Glenn stayed in our chat for like 3 hours and 40 minutes before he got kicked out. And but there's a number of times like that at one point, like I was like, Glenn, are you actually Wendi? Like, are you secretly Wendi? Is this actually Wendi? Like, it's really funny. I actually put together a compilation called The Best of Glenn. We watched it on one of the live streams because it's just hilarious. Like, it's, anyway, classic. There's a lot of pure gold in that there. Right? Yeah. Like Katie Magbanoa. Do you guys know about that? I'm sure y'all do.
You should get a car. The kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like,
she's trying to butter him up,
throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seen other guys.
Sorry, I'm talking over it. We need to hear this because it's glorious.
It's the most outrageous one seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seen other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't go very well.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold. Is that?
It was a roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would string a guy along like that. It didn't make any sense at the time.
All right, so June.
Wow, but it makes sense now because she needed a fall guy.
28th range.
Okay.
When do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was, but she wanted to ride back with me.
You rode together.
Yeah, we rode together.
All right, so you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markel's house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it's at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah, I know. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1.
All right, and was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right, and were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
Oh boy.
All right, so when did you see Wendi next after she leaves to go to South Florida? I guess after you returned from Gainesville.
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks. But I see her again on the 13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right, so now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
All right, tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to our house on Aqua Ridge.
All right, and did she
asked
to tell you anything in confidence that evening?
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about, Danny Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, "Can I tell you something in confidence?"
Oh boy.
Motion eliminate.
For real.
I think I do, Judge, but ask to approach.
Let's approach.
Approach.
Okay, please step back outside.
So he's okay. Now they're going to be outside the presence of the jury. This is where it's going to get tricky, and this is when all this stuff happens. And I think they decide. I think this is when they end up trying to figure out what are we going to do, and then they have to call Wendi back. So let me update my banner here.
Everyone can be seated. Bringing up both the motion in limine and the prior order that have been issued on this matter. However, Mr. Rashbaum, at this point, Ms. Adelson has specifically denied making this statement. Why is this an improper ground for the state to explore this on impeachment?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor. It's double hearsay. It's not done.
All sorts of matters that otherwise would be inadmissible can become impeachment.
Judge, if Dr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, made that statement to Mr. Lacasse and he denied it, he could impeach him. They're impeaching another witness. That's not allowed. That's number one. Number two, I brought up
the impeachment of one witness's testimony through another is not allowed.
But they're impeaching her to go to his statement. They're stuck with her answer. They could have kept on cross-examining her of why they thought her answer was wrong. They can't now backdoor it through hearsay in another witness. That was the whole point of the motion. Similarly, Judge, we brought this issue up first thing this morning, sidebar, because if they were going to be allowed to do it, I was going to ask Miss Adelson other questions on this issue. They said they weren't going to do it.
This is exactly where we're going to get to them and deciding they're going to bring her back. So what they're talking about is the statement for anyone who isn't familiar. They're talking about the statement where Wendi says to Jeff that she tells him that Charlie was going to hire a hitman or whatever. Or that he looked into how much it would cost, something like that. And so Dan Rashbaum is saying there's a motion to eliminate about it, okay? And it didn't come up in Wendi's testimony, okay? Or no, I guess it did, and she denied it. So the state is trying to bring this in because of impeachment, okay? Now the hearsay problem is it's an out of court statement, right? Offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But that's what the judge just said, is that, if it's offered for impeachment, then it gets around that. Now, the other issue that Dan is raising here is that it's not impeaching Charlie. Like if Charlie, when Charlie, let's just say, because Charlie does take the stand, right? But like, let's say that this was Charlie on the stand. Like that's different because it's his statement. So he's saying it's a problem because it's Charlie's statement, but said to Wendi. But the real issue is that Wendi said it didn't happen. So hopefully that makes sense. And this is why they're going to have to bring her back in.
So I didn't ask her those questions. And I didn't ask her those questions because I didn't want to open the door.
Totally agree. Wendi should wear.
And I can't call Ms. Adelson back as a witness because she has a Fifth Amendment right, and I can't give her immunity. I brought this up for this very reason. She denied the statement yesterday. That's why I brought it up today. They can't backdoor a double hearsay statement based on a denial by that witness. Can't do it.
Ms. Kappelman.
It's not hearsay. It's offered for impeachment. Ms. Adelson was.
So I mean, he has valid points. All of those points are actually true. I hate to say it, but so she's saying it's not hearsay because it's offered for impeachment.
Specifically drawn to the time and place of this statement, and after she made it, she denied it. This witness started to make the statement.
So they got really lucky here because had Wendi not denied this statement, then there'd be no argument here, right? The reason that they can now ask Jeff about it, which is going to be even way better for them, right, than Wendi. Like if Wendi had just admitted to it, that still wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as hearing Jeff tell this story, right? As you guys are well aware. So they would rather hear it from Jeff. So because Wendi denied it, right, they're saying it's being offered for impeachment to show that she was lying.
This is not an insignificant fact or an immaterial one. Mr. Rashbaum, if you wish to find some authority, I will give you 5 minutes to look if you have anything to argue as to this matter. Ms. Adelson has denied making the statement.
Mm-hmm.
She can be impeached through other witnesses regarding this matter.
Mm-hmm.
Judge,
I will give you an opportunity to find some authority. If there's something more specific you can point me to other than what you're arguing right now.
Judge, I brought this up this morning so that I could front it with Ms. Adelson, and we were told, you were told,
Yes.
that they weren't going down this path. If I'd been told something different, I would have done something different that I can no longer do.
I can already imagine different responses to this. Trials are fluid. Something along those lines.
It's precisely why I went sidebar first thing in the morning.
What is your response as to that portion of the argument, Ms. Kappelman?
I don't know that that's a legal argument. I was asked if I was intending to offer double hearsay. I said
Wonderful.
I would never be offering hearsay without an exception. This
I
is
assume
not
he's making
hearsay.
this on fairness grounds, which goes to this would have changed his strategy of how he examined the witness.
I don't know what to do about that, Judge. I
Trials are fluid.
can't. Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. I
can't help Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. Georgia.
was real specific with the witness to get that denial. So I'm not sure why the issue wasn't raised at that point.
Judge, I was really specific.
Right. She's right. He should have raised the issue then. Georgia's saying she was really specific in her line of questioning with Wendi to get the denial. She wanted to elicit that denial on purpose, right? Because like I just said, why? Because she wants the denial because they would rather this testimony come in from Jeff versus Wendi just agree. And so she's right. He should have objected then.
This morning,
It's too late
the
now.
double hearsay related to my motion to eliminate, related to Jeffrey Lacasse.
Oh my
You
God.
knew what I was talking
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have.
Oh my God. Also, this sounds just like Judge Belvin from the Casey Anthony trial.
You knew what I was talking
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have to raise your voice.
I mean, literally, just in a recent episode, as we've been following that or covering that, he literally says, I can hear just fine, like which is just hilarious. And then also DSN here, double hearsay is permitted to impeach a double extortion defense. Brilliant.
Make your argument, please.
Everyone sidebar knew exactly what I was talking about. And we were told, Ms. Kappelman told you as an officer of the court that she was not going down that road. And so when Ms. Adelson was on the stand, I stayed away from it, not to open the door to it.
Opening the door.
She knew exactly what statement we were talking about. If you tell me you didn't know what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. I was very specific. I was very specific that it was a double hearsay statement related to Jeffrey Lacasse that we filed our motion in limine on. I was very specific that it applied to this and also the Juvia dinner. Those were the words specifically out of my mouth back there, because when she asked,
having said that, they already had another motion in limine come up at the beginning of his testimony. So was he specific enough? Because remember the bit about the hot tub, right? So I just, as he was saying that, I was like, wait, but if you weren't that specific, it could have been referencing that statement, right?
the questions of Ms. Adelson, which were completely appropriate, I thought she might be going down this path. And so the first thing in the morning, we went sidebar so I could stop the charade, so that if the court were going to allow it to come in, I would handle it. She stayed silent. And I've been jumping up and down to try to prevent any possible mistrial twice.
Jumping up
and still no mention of it. It's completely unfair, completely improper.
Now,
and it denies him his constitutional right of due process.
Again, that's why I raised the issue. This goes to the fairness aspect of it.
I was just going to say, remember, he has to balance things here where if there's any type of, you know, is it fair? Is it prejudicial to the defense or not? You know, every good judge is going to err on the side of caution and side with the defense. Why? They don't want it to be remanded back to the trial court on appeal, right? Or reversed on appeal.
We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. If you have any authority you wish to present, I will entertain it further.
I love it. He's very fact of the matter. So they're on a recess. He's going to look for some case law. Let's see what happens.
Unless either party has additional argument, I am prepared to rule at this point.
Oh, wow.
I did have one thing I wanted to raise that I'm not sure was clear before. Ms. Adelson is still under the state subpoena, so I think she could be brought back for
there it is. Bring her back.
Questions.
Bring her back.
To that point, Mr. Kappelman, the ability to extend immunity,
Mr. Rashbaum does not. He calls her as a part of her, as a part of the defendant's case. What is your response to that?
Oh.
No, I mean, we're still in the state's case, so.
Well, the defense can't call a witness within the state's case.
I know, that's a good point. I just wanted to point out that she is still under my subpoena, so if you could create it, that might be a solution. I don't know, it hasn't been proffered what questions would be asked that weren't asked. I don't know what that is.
Hasn't been proffered. Is there going to be a proffer? I don't remember.
Maybe there's something that could be worked out if that was Your Honor's ruling.
I think that maybe there is a proffer.
Was it that would be required?
Mr. Rashbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609, Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Very well.
Okay.
The court's ruling is as follows. The defense's motion in limine went to the state's ability as a part of its case in chief to present testimony from Mr. Lacasse that would be hearsay within hearsay. The motion in limine was granted on those grounds. However, the motion in limine and also the court's ruling did not discuss or limit in any way the state's ability to present this information as impeachment.
So
Ms. Adelson, at this point,
is coming in.
she has testified, she has denied the statement taking place whatsoever. However, as it goes to fundamental fairness grounds, which are also a part of the ruling that has to be made, the defense did earlier at sidebar ask if this was going to come up in some way. As it related to substantive evidence, I believe the state responded it was not. The state did not make any representations concerning impeachment. I will find that this did affect the defense's ability or their strategy, at least in examining the witness, as the witness also can invoke her Fifth Amendment right and through a separate pleading has stated through counsel that she will invoke any Fifth Amendment right unless she is being granted immunity for that testimony. The ability of the defense to address this matter is compounded by the constitutional right of the witness and their inability to call her.
Does anybody have any questions about that as it pertains to what he just described about the fundamental fairness and Wendi with the Fifth Amendment right and the immunity? Because I can maybe explain that if anybody would like.
Fairness grounds, I'm not going to permit the impeachment on this topic. You may proffer the testimony from there. And if the state is intending to recall the witness at that point, the issue of impeachment may be revisited. Does everyone understand?
No. Totally screwed her.
Just may I make one clarification for the record?
Go ahead.
It's already on the record. We were at sidebar. What I was asked My understanding of what I was asked is, was I intending to introduce any hearsay within hearsay through Mr. Lacasse? And my answer was that I would not introduce any hearsay within hearsay without exceptions.
Clarifying what happened at the sidebar.
I think it was clear what I was intending to do was set up an impeachment through.
Hi, Gwen. So glad you're here. Have you been here before? If not, welcome. If so, then welcome back. But love seeing all the new people, but also all the long time squirrel friends here. So okay, so basically what he was saying as far as the fundamental fairness issue, which is what, after he described all the different things that were already discussed right before they took the break, is the biggest issue, right? Of course, which Rashbaum raised, and he made a good point, right, about their strategy, right? So, so what it is that because Wendi is given this immunity, the immunity that she has been given can only be given from the state. So what does this mean? So there's a difference, right? Because in other words, the state or the defense could call Wendi, right? The difference is that if and when the state calls Wendi, her testimony elicited under direct examination from the state, she would be more likely to feel comfortable answering questions that maybe she wouldn't if answering questions on direct from the defense, because the state gave her that immunity. So that immunity that she has only pertains to when she's called as a witness by the state. So in other words, if the defense then called her during their case in chief and they were questioning her under direct, she could just plead the fifth and say, I'm not saying anything because I don't want to incriminate myself, because they can't give her immunity. So in other words, the next layer of that is that the solution to clarifying the issues they're discussing now with the motion in limine, with the double hearsay, with the conversation with Jeff, the solution therefore can't be for the defense to just simply call Wendi during their case in chief, because what they're trying to work out is, do they need to have someone call Wendi and say, get back here right now, right? So in other words, the remedy here wouldn't just be for the defense to call her. Now, having said that, let's just say that Wendi didn't have qualified immunity. Let's just say that she wasn't an unindicted co-conspirator. Let's just say it was some other witness, right? Where their testimony would be the same regardless of which side calls. Then the remedy could be for the defense to call that witness during their case in chief. It wouldn't make a difference. But in this case, because Wendi could just plead the fifth, she would have no incentive, in other words, right? If questioned under direct from the defense, she would have no incentive to say anything. She would have every incentive to plead the fifth. The only way that they got her to talk, they being the state, is because they gave her that incentive that anything that she says cannot be used to prosecute her in the future. So does that make sense to you guys? Hopefully. So hi, welcome. Correct. So Top Cat saying, so Wendi has to answer all questions because if she cannot do that if she's being questioned by the state because of the immunity. Correct. DSN says he's got to go. Good night, DSN. Love you. Correct. So, I mean, that's exactly right. And that's why she's being questioned from the state, right? And the defense, in other words, wouldn't bother to call her because Wendi I mean, it's like common sense, like she would plead the fifth, because why would she say anything? But here it's like almost, it's like not quite a bribe, but it's an incentive. It's right. It's like, look, we really want, like, the state needs her to talk. They need her as a witness, right? And the only way they can get her to do that is to say, anything that you say anything that she says during their case in chief, right? So anything that is from them on direct or cross. So when the defense crosses her, right, she still has that immunity, but it's because this is her still being called by the state during their case in chief. Now, again, once it switches over and now if we move into the defense's case in chief, everything is different, right? And for them to call a witness, it's completely different. Hopefully that makes sense for you guys there. Yeah, it'd be funnier to say they threatened her backdoor. So, right. It's going to be a matter of the jury judging the credibility of Jeff versus Wendi. That's what it's going to be. Because Wendi, right, said she didn't say it, right? And that's why they want to be able to get into it with Jeff. Because now, and this is where it gets funny, right? Because you don't usually see the state. I mean, it does happen, but it's not common when the state wants to impeach their own witness. It did happen. Well, there was another trial this happened in, and it was really funny. Maybe I'm thinking of YSL, where there was that, but there was also wanting to have their own witness be a hostile witness. Anyway, usually that's not the case, right? Where the state's calling a witness that, like in this case, where they want to prove that she's lying. They want to prove that she's not credible for the jury, right? So, yes.
Ms. Adelson, by drawing her attention to the specific date and time of the statement and asking her specifically if she made the statement, which she denied. I find it hard to believe that that doesn't alert the defense, in fairness, that that's what I'm intending to do. And that's what I did in the last trial successfully, which the defense in this case was in attendance at. So I think it's unfair to the state, but I understand Your Honor's ruling and we'll be ready to proceed.
Please bring in the witness so we can go through the proffer. Our words are stock and trade.
Okay, so we're going to have a
proffer. If you're uncertain, Ms. Kappelman, as to what Mr. Rashbaum was raising, we probably should have clarified it at that point. Please bring in the witness. Also, so we don't have to go through this again, Mr. Rashbaum, as it pertains to the other rulings in the defense's motion in limine that the court has previously addressed. Although they may not be, certain rulings pertain to the state's ability to present as substantive evidence. You understand this does not affect their ability to present it as impeachment as it pertains to all of the items that have been ruled on previously.
So he's just wanting to make sure for the record that it's abundantly clear to Mr. Rashbaum that again, because this is really what the first topic here was, this outside the presence of the jury, right? That anything that was raised, that Dan raised as an issue before, or motions in limine, there's hearsay, whatever. He wants to make sure that Dan is really abundantly clear that when it comes to impeachment, it can be fair game here.
June and Chimda, meaning everything.
Applying to other witnesses as well.
That we've been previously addressing through these motions.
Well, they still have to follow the extrinsic evidence rule, collateral evidence rule.
My point being, something that cannot come in substantively can still be impeached with. You understand this?
Can, yes.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen,
right?
But so we're not doing the song and dance about any other matters. All right. If we need to have sidebars and you're attempting to clarify something, if you're asking specifically as to impeachment, you need to be specific as well.
Right.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ms. Dugan, please bring in Mr. Lacasse.
I'm glad he said that. So that way there's no gray area. He's right. He needs to be specific about the impeachment part. Okay, so now we're gonna have a proffer.
You may be seated, Mr. Lacasse. Ms. Kappelman, you may finish your sequence of questions on the topic you were starting.
Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendi Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Danny Martell problem, including hiring a hitman, and that it would cost about $15,000. I revised.
So one can see why the defense does not want this testimony in.
The amount. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confidential.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50.
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50. She said one or the other.
She said one number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and I later thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
Well, she asked to speak to me confidentially. She was dead serious about it. It was a chilling statement. I had a reaction to it. My stomach flipped, a little scary, a little weird. So it was a very serious statement she's making.
So clearly not a joke.
No, it was not a joke. There are other jokes in that domain. This was completely distinct and discrete from any joke. This was not funny.
And the statement was made within 5 days of Mr. Markel's murder by a hitman.
That's correct.
And was this said in any way in the context of the
You're gonna have a hard time finding a more credible witness than him. I mean, he just comes across as super credible.
relocation issue?
He is
Well,
credible, but
what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee?
there it is.
And
Connecting it all
she
back.
stated that the
full
only way to
circle.
leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated.
All right. Thank you. That's proper, Your
And
Honor.
right there, again, another example. How is the state going to tie when right there? Another great example, right? Because the statement that, Charlie's going to hire hitman or whatever, again, that implicates Charlie. But the part that implicates Wendi is this. Let me back it up. Again, how do we connect it all back to Wendi?
Her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee?
That's
And
it. That's the whole.
She stated that the only way to
That's the motive right there.
leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated.
All right. Thank you. That's
Great
proper,
point.
Your Honor.
Great point, Heather.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
I'm sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The statement was chilling and serious, right?
Yes,
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't alert the police the next day,
Fair.
that night.
Fair question.
I did not,
Why not?
because it was a past tense statement, and I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer.
Okay.
I did not know there was a present case, a present instant threat. I did not know him and he visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out and you say, all right, I'm not going to call the police. Hey, Wendi, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who would verify that I made that statement before the murder, and she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out, and we decided I decided after talking to her, it was past tense. So probably not that dangerous. And we were really wrong. Maybe I should have called the police.
So Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today, a heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, it's no longer about relocation, but yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendi Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right?
That's the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it. And I consulted with the friend, bounced it off of her before the murder. And neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that probably is so dangerous that I should have called the police. Yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendi Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
It's hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you referred to the next night, the next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendi Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me. I don't know. But
well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
anyone who's new and doesn't know Heather yet, Pitbullpotamus is the name of Heather's dog. Heather's dog also does it. She says, I don't think he likes this guy's tone. That's hilarious.
Her testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you,
it's probably Rashbaum that your dog doesn't like.
He is avoiding you. When you have just been caught going through her phone and her
how's she avoiding me?
Well,
Mr. Lacasse, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her, which the record will show you were during this time period, that she confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
This is really funny because there's no jury. And he's even turning and acting like, as if he's looking to the jury to try to make a point, like being all theatrical, and there's no jury.
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer.
Yep.
And if you've reached the end of your cross-examination on the proffer section.
And that's the point of a proffer. I think that it literally means, or no, that's voir dire. Voir dire literally translates to speak the truth, but proffers are pretty similar. It's essentially the whole point is to get more than what you would end up eliciting during the actual examination so that you don't elicit something you didn't intend to. So anyway.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Lacasse, or actually Ms. Kappelman, the court's ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to the subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it.
Yes, sir.
Please bring back in the witnesses, or excuse me, the jurors.
Okay, and their jury takes a while to get in, so we're gonna go.
Same ruling in reference to the celebration dinner?
For one moment,
Oh.
because.
Oh wait, hang on. So again, the jury takes a while before the juries come in. Now we
There
got
is
more.
the celebration dinner. I'm sure that's the next one.
The next motion to eliminate.
Same ruling in reference to the celebration dinner?
For one moment, because I don't know what the celebration dinner is all about.
It's in the same motion to eliminate, Judge.
Bring it back up.
Bring them back up. They're not done. So now you've got to get.
Number 2, I believe this just concerns statements. It didn't say anything about celebration.
All rise, jury, enter the courtroom.
One moment.
Hold the jury. Hold the jury. Oh my God. This is crazy, right? So they're like, wait, keep the jury out. Get him back up on the stand. We need to ask him about this other issue now.
Where is the celebration dinner covered in your motion?
It's in the same motion to eliminate regarding the hearsay statements. There were several of them. The first one was the statement that we just discussed, and the second one is that Charlie Adelson said that he went to dinner with, that she told him that Charlie Adelson said it was a celebration dinner. It's in the same motion to eliminate.
Celebration dinner.
However, this statement is being directly attributed to your client. That
Yep.
was heard by the witness.
No.
Mr. Lacasse, please step down and go.
It's the same exact issue. It's Wendi Adelson telling him what Charlie Adelson said.
Kappelman, response.
Yes, sir. I asked Ms. Adelson about the dinner. She acknowledged there was a dinner. She did vomit at the dinner table, but denied calling it a celebration dinner or hearing Charlie Adelson call it a celebration dinner. I anticipate this witness would indicate that it was referred to as a celebration dinner.
It's the same issue, and you ruled on this issue. It's the same motion to eliminate.
I'm looking at the line now. Unless you have an argument which differentiates the television from the celebration dinner.
I think I understand what you mean, Judge. I don't have any additional argument other than this is offered for impeachment. It's not hearsay, not covered by the motion.
Now,
the appropriate grounds were laid and it's admissible as impeachment.
Do you wish to proffer the celebration dinner by Mr. Lacasse as well?
No, sir. I think my preference at this point, assuming your ruling will be the same on the celebration dinner, is to have Mr. Lacasse step off the stand, proceed with another witness, and revisit this issue after the lunch break.
Very well.
Okay, this is where I remember this day when it happened. It was like, this is crazy. So a couple things. So first of all, she wants time for them to come up with another argument, or maybe find some other case law that supports their argument, or supports their perspective on how on why this should be allowed, this line of questioning. I want to say though that it is totally possible, right, that in the event that the defense opens the door, so let's just say that he sustains these defense objections, they can't ask these questions, okay? But then let's just say that on cross-examination, Rashbaum asked a question that elicits an answer from Jeff Lacasse that happens to be one of these things, right? Or gets into that territory. In other words, the defense could still open the door. So that's always possible. So just keep that in mind, that it's not out of the realm of possibility that that would happen. But it looks like they're going to, do they bring in another witness? It looks like they continue with the cross.
Please bring the jurors back in. You may end your examination in front of them, and then Mr. Rashbaum will have his opportunity. Well, actually, Mr. Rashbaum, how long do you believe your cross-examination of the witness will take?
I'm a little
in front of the jurors.
I'm a little confused. Are you?
The ruling is the impeachment as the celebration dinner is going to be excluded on the same grounds for now. If we need to revisit later, we will. But as to your cross-examination, that will be taking place in front of the jurors on the subject matter that's already been covered, how long do you think that's going to take?
Oh, she's going to stop asking questions of this witness.
I believe she just indicated she would.
Okay. For the issues that we've dealt with just now,
Prior to any proffers and sending the jurors
yeah,
out.
I'm not really sure, Your Honor. Probably maybe 30 minutes.
All right, let's bring them back in. You can start your cross. We'll take a lunch break and then pick up from there.
Okay. All right. They're entering the courtroom. Bring the jury. Wait, where's my thing? Hang on.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
There it is.
Everyone can be seated.
Okay.
Bailiff, if you can please instruct Mr. Lacasse to come back in. Does the state have any further direct examination for this witness?
No further questions at this time.
You may cross-examine.
Okay, cross. Wait, we need to swoop because we're going to cross. Swoop, swoop. Swoop a doop doop. Just for fun, let's do a different swoop just for fun. Let's do the road trip crew. Wait, let me pull my banner down.
It's a house.
Alex Murdoch, Dick Harpootlian, Bubba, the Rooster, with the Lallybird flying after them behind. That's the quickest way to explain that swoop. And that's the sound there. It's a house is taken from Alex's 911 call. So.
Professor Lacasse, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, thank you for asking this question. Have I studied the law? I have. Yes, I have. Thank you for asking. So I'm a classically trained violinist since the age of 3, and I all my degrees are in music. I have an undergraduate and master's in music, and I teach private violin lessons. But I have always toyed with the idea of going to law school. Funny thing, my dad actually had his PhD in music. So during his midlife crisis, he actually quit teaching music and went to law school. But anyway, after I got my master's, I toyed with the idea. I've been toying with the idea of going to law school. And that was even before I'd ever watched a trial. And then ever since I discovered that you can watch trials and that's a thing that's on YouTube, that was back in 2020. That's literally the only thing I watch is trials or coverage or things related to the law. So for fun, I would study the law on my own. But additionally, as I toy with the idea of maybe trying to do like a double career situation, I have actually obtained my my paralegal certificate and have kind of gotten my foot in the door with a law firm and kind of just, if I kind of see, I'm one of those people, like if I really kind of get into like, I feel like what I'm going to end up doing is being like, all right, I'm going to go to law school, become an attorney. Anyway, so I have a whole stack of law books here right beside me. So I have studied it for fun, but I've also studied it for that paralegal program, which basically what you're given is, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And I haven't ruled out going to law school. So hopefully that answers your question. But, and of course I have learned a lot as well from law tubers and, so Allie, I don't think I've seen you before here. So welcome, saying something that I don't even know. I can't believe I'm reading a comment like this that says you've turned into my favorite creator. I don't know what to even say to that, but thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm glad that you are enjoying what we're doing here. So, and the thing too, is this is where the reason why I ask questions to you guys too, like if you want me to explain something. So one thing is this is where the teaching comes in handy, right? Because being a teacher, so my violin students range from age 3 all the way up to I've had like an 85-year-old, including students who learn differently, neurospicy, learning disabilities, I've had so one thing, and private violin lessons are one-on-one. So you tailor each lesson to the student. So if nothing else, one thing that, you know, I have been doing for years is learning how to try to explain things to a different, you know, in one way for one person, but differently for another person, or in a way that maybe anyone can understand it. And that's something that's not easy for everyone to do, to like know how to explain something. So so that's where like my you know, teaching experience, I guess, comes in handy. So I'm glad that that's translating and it being helpful to you guys. That's awesome. I'm just glad. I'm glad you guys appreciate that. Yeah. And every now and again, music, there's some overlap as well with like that we've talked about on different live streams where there's like some crazy overlap with classical music. But anyway, but yeah, welcome. And for anyone else too who hasn't seen this before, please do join the Discord. If you're like, what's a Discord? I can explain it, or someone maybe in the chat would do that. But it's free, it's fun, and it's a great way to be able to keep in touch with all of the Squirrel Crew. You can also post links, share pictures, all kinds of stuff. And now I'm kind of explaining it. But anyway, I love Discord. And so there's that link from Nightbot as well.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendi took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with kids that she taught.
Yeah, we went to Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner, you said you had dinner on March 11th, 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine McBanawa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit.
I think Heather's making a distinction here between having education in something and then having an actual understanding of something. Am I reading your comment correctly there? That it's one thing to just have training or education in a field, I guess any field, right? But it's another thing to fully understand a concept. I think that's kind of what you're getting at. I mean, but I totally agree with that, for sure. And yeah, and that's why, like, you know, again, like my brain is like, you know, what's the right way to say this? You know, the violinist too, it's like overachiever, but like over prepare, be over thorough, if anything. Right. So like, so I you know, if I'm learning a new concept or I'm looking something, it's like, I'll look it up and I'll look it up like, you know, 100 times, like even when I already know what it is, just to be sure. And then I'll like, you know, and anyway, I go kind of overboard because it's really important that I don't give incorrect information. It's really important to me. So anyway, that, you know, just again, like I really value correct information. Everybody makes mistakes, of course, right? But like, I will never explain something or talk or, you know, whatever, when it comes to the law, like unless I'm more than 100 billion% sure, basically is what I'm saying. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Detail oriented, definitely detail oriented. Yep. Yeah. You know, and again, just like I really, it's way more important for me to feel like some people, they might be okay with like guessing something they don't really know, or like they don't want to look like they don't know the answer. Whereas like, I'll say, if I don't know the answer, I'll say it all the time for things, right? You know, I would rather not know the answer and say it, or even if I think I might know the answer, I might say I don't know the answer, because again, it's so much more important to only give an answer if it's for sure, you know what I mean? So OCD, it's definitely some OCD, for sure. Some OCD, for sure. Yeah, definitely OCD. OCD tendencies for sure. Yeah. So yeah, I just really, you know, I think that as creators on YouTube, well, okay, I think that as creators on YouTube with any field, whether we're on any topic, right? You know, I guess there's people that do different things, but especially if you're like if you've got a community like we have, and like other, and like law tubers have, right, where you've got people that it's really interactive, which is awesome, right? And people are asking questions and there's comments. People are, I feel like this is just my personal philosophy on it, right? It's like, I feel like you have a certain responsibility, and maybe you could even say a duty, to do it correctly, in the sense that, again, accurate information, correct information, at the very least, right? Versus like misinformation, right? Or whatever. Like that's at the very least. I think that my philosophy would continue beyond that, but that's the minimum, right? Like almost like don't do any, do no harm, almost like that kind of thing, right? Like you could take it that way, like the doctor's oath thing, like don't do any harm. And like, if you're going to spend so much time like with these trials or reading court filings and like walking through all these difficult issues, like there's all kinds of difficult issues, right? Difficult topics that we deal with these trials. There's a lot of stuff, right? You have graphic content, you have disturbing and traumatic content, you have people with different opinions. And then you also have all these complex legal issues and different legal concepts. There's like a lot, right? There's also like social issues. Sometimes politics can be brought up. There's like so much, right? And like, the fact that anybody listens, the fact that someone chooses to listen, right? They're like, in a way, like putting their trust that you're going to like, walk them through all this. And again, at the very least, do no harm, but hopefully that's the minimum, and that it's actually better than that, right? And so, I take that seriously, I guess, if that makes sense, guys. Like I really, it shocks me that anybody is like watches this or listens to me, and it like how can I describe this? I'm every single day, I'm continually like humbled that you guys choose to spend your time watching this channel, and I don't ever take it for granted, and so but yeah, the fact that even if there's only one person watching and they're watching for 1 minute, the same duties and responsibilities to me apply. There's one person, or there's however many people. And so I just take that seriously. And so, yeah, anyway. You're right. And then I go, exactly. You guys, yeah, I've always got these lists going. I've always got like a million tabs open. Yeah, I go hunt down the answer. Absolutely. Yep. So Heather says, recently I find myself in a battle regarding the phase would cause fear and how it applies in criminal court versus civil court. Are you referring to a specific statute or an element of something? Like, hold on, let me think. I know I've seen that before. Like, I feel like maybe you're talking about like something in the realm of manslaughter, maybe like aggravated manslaughter potentially. Oh, Idaho stalking statute. Okay. Yeah, I have not actually looked that up. That's interesting that would be part of a stalking statute though, right? Like, I mean, the other thing I would, again, just the phrase would cause fear. I could also see that being part of like an assault statute, because, assault is the threat. Assault's not the actual physical, that's battery, right? Assault is the threat. So would cause fear to me sounds like, but for stalking, that's, of course, stalking will cause fear, but like in terms of being an element, that's interesting. Okay, so back to the trial.
But she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Well, was she trying to get Miss Adelson to talk about her ex-husband?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendi Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't, it's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either. It was just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved her client. They were, so I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder, and I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for you to,
oh, Jesus, right.
Ms. Kappelman ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation. Right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
Let's just stick with the family situation.
This is where, remember.
So Catherine McBannon was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him. Yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendi Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview. Okay. It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury.
It would have been a much simpler way to ask that question, which is all he wants to get at, Dan, is the amount of time that's elapsed. That's it. That's how simple that is. Why do we make this so complicated? Like, why is this so hard? That's what she said.
When you gave TPD the statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, hey, Charlie, it's Jeff, as in...
Heather, I didn't see what he grabbed. Let me back it up. I saw your comment after the grabbing probably happened. Or are you saying Diana Rashbaum grabbed something? Let me see.
Mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him. Yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendi Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview. Okay. It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacasse. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD the statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, hey, Charlie, it's Jeff, as in Wendi and Jeff. Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I can tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really one in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new girlfriend's brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendi seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give a, I was polite rather than honest. Let's put it that way. I mean,
let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
No, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you or did you text him?
What a dumb question.
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendi Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said, it was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't respond.
Now, you testified.
Great question. Yes, the burden of proof is lower. Yeah, there's 3 burdens of proof. So the lowest has 2 names. It's called greater weight of the evidence or preponderance of the evidence. And the way to think of that is 50% plus a grain of sand. So if you've got 2 sides that have equal portions of sand, say, or anything, right? But then and they're exactly equal. But then if you take just 1 grain of sand and pop it on one of the sides, so it has one, like that's all it is. So like 50.0000001%, right? That's the burden for that. And then you also have the middle standard, which would be clear and convincing evidence. So you can think of that as kind of like, well, I say middle. It's thought of as like an 85% sure. Again, and we're imagining beyond a reasonable doubt is like 99.99% or something, right? So clear and convincing is like the 85%ish, but you can think it's in between the two. So you got that greater weight / preponderance of the evidence being the lowest burden. Then you've got your clear and convincing, and both of those standards are used in civil. And then beyond a reasonable doubt is only for criminal. Now, having said that, that's the criminal trial, right? So, for example, when it comes to a criminal case, for example, bringing charges forth in the first place, or issuing a search warrant. We've talked a lot about that with Brian Koberger, things like that, right? The standard is that's the only time in like pre-trial, right? That's the only time in a criminal case where that standard is lower because you can't have beyond a reasonable doubt. So, I believe it clear and convincing is actually, and there's a couple other times where you will hear clear and convincing when it comes to criminal, but not when it applies to the actual trial with a jury. It's things like for example, a Daubert hearing, right? For example, right, a Daubert hearing. Again, I don't want to, derail us too much, but I could elaborate on that. But hopefully, you guys are familiar enough with maybe like Karen Reed or any other case where there's a Daubert hearing, things like that. Again, pretrial, where they talk about the standard is not as high as it will be at trial. That's a great example right there. Clear and convincing,
that Wendi was a wreck. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. One moment, Your Honor. I've lost my place. Okay. You testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendi, you testified that Wendi was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether... Here's what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendi Adelson in March 27th of 2014, where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of reactions to the entire situation. But I know I was sending that email. Yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time. Yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions, not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that. So.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Look at him smiling.
Wendy's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendi saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markel asked Wendy's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did.
Charlie's face changed there. Yeah, look. So because what happened there was Dan was trying to go too far here, as Judge Newman would say, flying too close to the sun. He was trying to say, oh, but didn't you know that there weren't any more divorce filings during those months or whatever? You know, to try to like make it seem like Jeff doesn't know what he's talking about. But then he's like, you know, his answer was great because he said, actually, yeah, I knew that, but like she actually got worse and worse. Like, in other words, even though the divorce and shit was done, right? The fact that the 3 months before the murder, she spiraled worse than she ever had. Again, what do you think that is for, right? Because her knowledge of the murder, right? Again, all this is going to be great when it comes to her trial, but I think that's why Charlie went from like smiling to like, oh, because Charlie's not dumb. As you hear in the jail phone calls, he actually has a like a really good grasp. Like he actually has a couple really great points too about like trial strategy that Dan didn't utilize that Charlie thinks of on the jail phone call. So anyway, Charlie's tracking what's going on. And that was a mistake on Dan's part. Again, he's got to be careful with this witness because so much of what this witness can say is going to be just so damning for, well, the whole family. So.
Now,
right. Yeah.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendi Adelson. So most of that content that was, I mean.
Sir, I'm just asking you for a yes or no question.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
Okay.
I know you have an agenda.
Yes, I told police that. Yes.
Okay. So you told the police that Wendi wasn't concerned about Professor Markel succeeding with that motion.
No, she was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendi Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion to clarify. But yes, that's true. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then.
Oh, God.
And let's see if it refreshes your recollection.
So Dan is trying to act all like, I can't believe this witness. He's trying to gaslight the jury. Okay. He's trying to gaslight the jury. Like, this witness is unbelievable. He's doing blah, blah, blah. And like, by acting like that.
Recorded where you said, and I quote, everyone in the
he's like
legal
trying to be like, look at me, I'm so upset about this witness. So to try to convince the jury that there's something that is upsetting about this witness, of course, it's the opposite. It's true, right? So
community agreed with that assessment. At 2:00 on 7/23/14, interview part 1, at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014, interview part 1, and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out the situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
Again, look at him. He's like, that's his mic drop moment. But it's like, look at this witness who's just like this is so dumb, right? Like
saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out the situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
It's so not a mic drop moment. Hilarious.
Redirect examination.
Redirect.
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element?
Right.
I mean, okay, let me
That's
rephrase
what I
that.
was thinking.
Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine McVanoa, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
Had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you were hanging out with a criminal element in that regard?
No.
Nothing further.
Of course. That's why the question was done.
Because you sit down, you may be recalled at some point. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage or.
Which you're going to lunch. So let's go ahead. So we may come back at some point and listen to Stephen Webster's testimony, but we're focusing on, and again, same with June, we're focusing on Jeff and Wendi today, though. So, because this is the part that gets so crazy, because they recall, here she comes.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Okay. He's there. The nightmare. So there was a hot mic and then they turned it off.
Adelson, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
Ms. Adelson, we've got 2 points we need clarification on from you. When we talked about your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse, we talked about a occasion on July 13th, 2014. It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on that occasion, did you, at your residence that evening, in the context of discussing the relocation issue involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation with Jeffrey Lacasse
Here
at
we
your
go.
residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him?
No.
What's going to happen, guys? Are they going to get into it?
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You were serious.
He's doubling down on these issues.
And second point for clarification involves that.
Remember what the judge said. Remember at the very tail end of that whole thing with the proffers, he said, he made it clear. The defense is not objecting. That's why this is crazy, because he made it clear. He was like, okay, remember, if it's impeachment, it may come in, remember? And then Dan was like, it may come in. And it was like, okay, that was dumb, or whatever. And he was like, right, it may come in, right? And then he also made it clear that the defense would have to object, right? So does Dan think this is a strategy? Like, why is he not objecting? Because this is literally what they just talked about. And she's going to be able to impeach her now, I would think.
Dinner where you got sick at the dinner table. You recall which evening I'm speaking of?
I do.
This would have been about 2 weeks to a month after the homicide, I believe. Okay. And on that occasion, did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that Charlie had referred to the dinner as a celebration dinner?
There's a celebration dinner.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that it was a celebration dinner?
No.
No further questions.
Cross examine.
What is happening? Why did he not object? Interesting.
Good afternoon. During your interrogation, do you recall Jeffrey Lacasse's name coming up?
Yes.
And do you recall that it was Jane McPherson who brought up his name, not you?
Yes, correct.
I remember that very
And
well.
do you recall, as a result of his name being brought up, he was considered a suspect?
Yes.
I want to just note too, again, I need to not say if, it's like when the day comes when they bring charges against Wendi, because I want to put that I want to put that motion, put it into motion there. So, but one thing I had mentioned at some point, right? Not tonight, but another night, that I love how Jane came into that. Like, that never happens, by the way, where like a friend is invited into the interrogation room. and hangs out there for like 30 minutes. Jane doesn't even end up doing anything. She just hangs out and like hugs Wendi and then mentions Jeff. But anyway, I am so glad in hindsight that happened. And here's why. Because again, in the event for Wendi's trial, that they try to get that interrogation thrown out and try to say something like there was a Miranda violation, right? There's a number of reasons why the state can easily dispute, like it's not a Miranda. But if nothing else, if you take all that away, if you just take the fact that her friend was invited in to hang out or whatever, right there, that is enough to say, yeah, sorry, this is fair game. Like, in other words, my point is that the jury in all these other trials with this case have not seen Wendi's interrogation. There's been certain statements from it that have been read from the transcript, like the question, a couple questions here or there. They haven't seen it. When a jury would see that would be her trial. And the only other factor would be unless there's a way that a defense team could keep it out. And a lot of time, most of the time, right? A lot of times there is, right? Because that's usually, but in Wendi's case, I have thought about this a lot, and I don't know that there would be a way to keep it out if the state wants to present it, which I don't know why they wouldn't. Again, most damning thing of all time, in my opinion. So,
you recall that Detective Isom asked you a lot of questions about him.
Yes.
And he asked you about his car.
Yes.
And he asked you about his travel schedule.
Yes.
Right.
And he asked you for his information so that he could speak with him, correct?
Correct.
Right.
But you didn't bring up his name, right?
Glenn, for anyone who wasn't there that day with Glenn bet his entire life, like his actual life, that Wendi will never be charged. And he also bet his entire life that Wendi's actually didn't have anything to do with it. That's why Heather said LOL Glenn, because it's really hilarious. Well, he bet his entire life, and then he also tried to offer I'll bet $50,000, and then we were like, you already bet your life, so you don't need to add money into the mix. Plus, you bet your life and you're going to lose this one too. So, right.
You didn't try to frame Jeff Lacasse for any murder, right?
Absolutely not.
In fact, Jane McPherson was the one who brought up his name, correct?
She was.
I have no further question.
Please approach.
So we're going to learn what's going to happen with this whole thing about the motions in limine. It will come up because they're going to recall. And this is the whole thing. The defense, I don't know what the fuck Dan's doing. Why he didn't object. I don't remember what happens. So here's my squirrely crystal ball on this one. What I think is going to happen is they're going to be like, hey, Dan, you didn't object. Literally what we just talked about, they just did with her. She denied all these things. And now they can get into it. And then they're going to recall Jeff. That's my guess. I mean, I know they recalled Jeff, but other than that, I don't remember what happened. Because again, I watched this when it happened, but that's what I think. Because that's literally what, they can get into it now. Look, and see, Charlie looks worried, and he should be worried. What was Dan doing though? I don't understand.
But Jeffrey Lacasse's name did come up while you were in the interview room being interviewed in reference to the shooting, right?
Jane McPherson brought him up.
She was in the room with you during the interview.
For some of it, not for the whole
right there.
During the part where Jeffrey Lacasse's name came up, she was in the interview room with you.
Yes, she brought him up.
And this is the same interview that we've referenced previously where you were taken from the restaurant to be told about what happened with Dan.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down now. Will Ms. Adelson be recalled by either the state or the defense again?
Certainly hope not, Your Honor.
You remain under subpoena.
Ooh, sick burn.
Please call your next witness.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
There it is. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Crazy. Okay. I don't know. Dan. Okay. The thing is that I don't think Dan, what happened there with Dan Rashbaum, he doesn't think is dropping the ball. In other words, it's not like he just wasn't paying attention. That was the entire point of all that discussion, right? He must think it's some sort of strategy, but to me, that is dumb. So it may as well, it's basically dropping the ball by having a dumb strategy. And Charlie doesn't look too infused right now. So Jeff's coming back.
Mr. Lacasse, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to July 13th, 2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right. And by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother, Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
Here we go.
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000.
Here it is.
But the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She
All I can think of is maybe Dan is trying to hope that he can make this an issue on appeal, but it's clear that there's no way for that, because this is it. He's letting, like, what is he doing? He's just letting this in after all that.
He said that Charles Adelson
After all that fighting about
looked
it.
into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied the previous summer.
Wow.
Okay. All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right. So definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right. Thank you. And I want to,
Celebration dinner.
okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. And I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, but she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson and she was excited to see me.
All right. So what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right. And after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga is not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold, and I kind of got the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. Right. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
Good point.
All right. And
good point.
As you walked away, was that the end or was there more conversation?
This part right here. And so that's the whole thing. He's like, okay, why? What was the point, right? If it's like, okay, we're broken up, and then it's like unexpectedly he hears from her the next day, and she's like, all lovey-dovey and blah, blah, blah. Let's meet up. And then they meet up, and then she's all cold again, right? Because there was a piece of information she wanted from him, and we're about to hear that. But yes, Top Cat saying, I'm expecting Rashi to be a good lawyer, and he isn't. Very fair, true, accurate.
You began to walk away.
She called out to me, and I walked back towards her.
This part.
And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me for the rest of the week. So it kind of confirmed, this is over. Mm-hmm. But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes.
And that's the date of the homicide?
That's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. On Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner. So with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had asked if I was still going. If I didn't go, why not? What route I would be taking a lot
what route he would be taking.
Bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
Yikes.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
So if you had followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
Wow.
All right, so you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I had made a last minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead. I had not informed Miss Adelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
Incredible.
And when we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect and apparently named by a Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Yeah.
Who is that?
That was a friend of Wendi Adelson's, and she was a doctoral student in our program.
Another thing too.
Not much relation.
So Jane, another thing too, because I know there was someone who asked this on a different live stream. And it was a great question about Jane testifying. And the thing is Jane, we haven't heard from Jane. Like that's it. There's that interview, right, where she comes in. But like Jane's not like one thing that will be really interesting, right, at Wendi's trial when it happens is there's going to be a lot of things that wouldn't have been admissible in any of the previous trials until Wendi, and Jane is one of those. So in other words, I don't see any way around, like the state will call Jane. The state will definitely call, like we will finally hear from Jane, like Wendi's trial, that we'll hear from Jane because of the fact that that's how these two met. She knew both of them and she was there for the interview and all this other stuff. Right. So that's just one thing to look forward to, but there's all these other names that get thrown around. And then there's also references to different communications that Wendi had with people that, again, haven't been relevant or, and therefore they're not admissible. Right. For evidence to be admissible, it first has to be relevant. So not been relevant to the trials, and I don't think would be relevant in Donna's trial either, but at Wendi's trial. So we're going to learn so much whenever that finally happens.
Relationship with her, just to kind of a working relationship. Yep. We'd worked on a couple of projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's. Yes, for sure.
Okay. So you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded fairly quickly because the investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card or my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder. So it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right. And then was there also some similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Ms. Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. Yeah. Both times, hitmen try to kill Danny Markel.
Incredible.
Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
That is so damning for Wendi.
Which Ms. Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. Both times, hitmen try to kill Danny Markel.
Yeah,
okay.
There it is.
Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend, and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
A celebration dinner?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
That she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
And this would have been within how much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
Okay. But whatever it was, that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
One moment, please.
So at this juncture, who's the jury going to believe between Wendi and him about those especially important points that just came up with no objection from the defense?
No further questions.
Cross examination.
Yeah.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay.
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when
I
she
agree.
was married to,
I agree. And Glenn would be one of those people. I mean, although he takes it a step further, right? He takes it many steps further, but it includes what Top Cat is saying. Anyone that says there's no evidence against Wendi doesn't know what they're talking about. That's terrible, Heather. I almost clicked on your comment to put it on the screen. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but that's terrible. I'm sorry.
she lived in, Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking. She did that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m. on a Friday.
I think you said in one of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house.
That was a figure of speech.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke. Yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it. And I actually think I might remember that.
I think one tried to you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
Oh boy.
I'm suspicious that. Yeah.
And that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
Okay. You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
This has got to be the answer to the question. That, like, in other words, why did he let all that stuff in? The only reason would be to cross him on it, right? But what's the best answer that he could hope to get? I think that's what we just heard. And that was what he thought was so great. Like, which is just, he doesn't understand. Like, wow. Like, in other words, because of the fact that Jeff didn't call the police, he wanted the jury to hear that answer, which would be why he let in all of those questions on direct that they were arguing about with the motions in limine, right? He let all that in, and I was like, what is he fucking doing? Because otherwise he can't cross on it. So he let it in because in his mind, in his mind, he thinks it is more beneficial to Charlie and damning for the state for the jury to hear that Jeff heard that stuff about Hitman but didn't call the police. He thinks that benefit outweighs the downside being the jury hearing what Jeff said, Wendi said. Like, that's what he's like when you're doing your cost benefit analysis, he thinks the benefit is like, that's why, which is crazy, right?
Peace.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago,
Look at how dramatic.
my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
Cool down.
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Jeff just obliterated this. Look at this. Look at the drama queen. Hold on.
My life.
Wow.
That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June?
Oh, it's
I'm sorry,
ruined.
in July.
Okay.
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
try to
That's
keep it lower this time.
wow. Yeah, it is comical, isn't it?
In July
Oh,
of
wow.
2014,
Yes.
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement. Yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real. Yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
That's what he wanted to get.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police, and then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talked solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they need to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson.
Oh, this is, you see, dude, this is what I'm saying. This is stupid. The risks are too great, Dan. Because listen to this.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they need to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second
I
interview.
already had done so. So yes, you're correct.
So that second interview,
Charlie
you
and
talk
Wendi.
just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable. And Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
Oh my God.
You had to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you said.
Again.
You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you
The
that
pen in his hand as a prop is hilarious because it's like he's not writing anything down. Watch the pen. That's his little prop.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
Oh,
he does.
You go to an interview.
Wow.
And during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that.
Literally.
So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes, functionally, but I've testified before that Ms. Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated. You never went on a date with her again, right?
I never saw her again in our
Okay,
courtroom, right?
fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she threw up on our dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14? January of 15? February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
What the actual fuck is happening? Is he broken? You guys, is he broken? Is he broken? Also, I want to show you guys something real quick here. I have to unshare, reshare. Just one sec. You guys will love this. So I made this. It's like, this is actually, I can thank DSN who was here earlier. So this is the meme of the most interesting man in the world meme. So there it is. I don't always drive, but when I do, I always cut through Trescott. And I put it in the Discord, but for those of you guys who haven't seen it or don't have Discord, there it is. There it is. I don't always drive, but when I do, I always cut through Trescott. Okay. Anyway, so, but Rashbaum, though, I think needs some like serious help here. So, okay, here he is. And he looks like he's being, he's being held at gunpoint, right? Like by a hitman, like, hands up or something,
I'm happy to answer. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion.
He did it to himself. Dan did it to himself. Again, look at this. The more this witness, I think StreamYard just did the speeding wheel. Anyway, I'm still here. So I was saying, if you're the defense attorney, you want this witness off the stand. You don't want him to talk. You want him off the stand. With every single word that he says, it is worse for everybody in this case. Literally. Like, this is insane. Like, what are you doing? Listen, like, why are you're letting it, when you ask a question, he says more things, and all things are bad for you if you're the defense.
It's a big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was ready to come back in because
Dan asked for this by asking another question.
I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
I decided to man up. Decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's a decision I made.
Right. You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
Exactly.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
On
In
the
the same
podium.
conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell him about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell him?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And I wanted, in those first two interviews, there was a lot going on. It's pretty traumatic. So I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Just
Is
makes
it true that those comments never happened, and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment?
Wow.
Move to strike the, I'm sure it is.
I'll withdraw it.
The fact that Rashi gets madder and madder and madder, and Jeff just is calm, candid, open, honest. He's not fazed by it. I mean, this comment is exactly right here that Rashi thinks he's nailing him, but it's like literally everything is backfiring. It's crazy. And that's so true. Jeff was gaslit by a sociopathic narcissist. You don't just instantly get over it. Right. And he even says as much in his interviews too, which of course the jury hasn't seen, but we have, where he says he comes in admittedly and he's like, I'm still getting out of her spell. I'm still getting out of her spell. I'm still getting out of her. And then in that last one, he's like out of the spell. You know what I mean? And he's like, he actually says, this, her breaking up with me was the best thing that ever happened to me. Charlie knows that was not good. Charlie knows. You can see it on his face. That's what's weird. Like, maybe Charlie should have represented himself. You know what I mean? I mean,
4 questions.
Not serious, but like honestly, Dan messed it up in a lot of ways.
Redirect examination.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to
Criminal
the criminal
elements. In
element.
particular, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages.
Wow.
Before I came in to see them
Poor
the
guy.
third time.
Going through every receipt,
Yes.
every detail,
Yes.
partially out of what motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic. So fear was part of it. Like if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it. Also, this was a brutal murder and I wanted to see justice done. And I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere
I
else?
had no idea. And I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson.
You did
But just in case, here's the stuff I have.
And
Wow.
Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson had in fact looked into hiring a hitman?
And amazing too, right? Again, he's all just off bringing it up. He's not just saying Charlie. Every time he says either of them, he says both, which is crucial. Like to me, and it's accurate, right? It's Wendi and Charlie. He says both. And again, bam, we know where that's headed.
This just to reiterate, the statement was made
Yes.
the Monday before the murder. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And that's the statement that where Wendy's relating it to you.
Yes.
All right. So that's going to be in 2014.
Yes.
Okay. And she's making a statement about something that occurred in what year?
2013.
All right. Why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting. I did not sense there was a present danger. I didn't know Hitman had already visited Tallahassee.
Yeah,
I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Maybe the sidebar briefly.
Approach.
They're going to sidebar. Yeah, I will say, like, as far as people that represent themselves of like pro se defendants that I've seen, I think Charlie, again, we get a good idea from the jail phone calls, just kind of what he's working with up top in the brain. Like my interpretation from those is like, he was completely manipulated by Wendi and Donna and really trusting and gullible of them, but not stupid. It's almost like he was too trusting of them, but he's actually quite intelligent. I mean, he made a lot of dumb choices, obviously, right? But like he has some good insight actually into a lot of the different issues and the legal understanding. And his testimony on the stand, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think he did the best of any criminal defendant I've seen that I can think of on the stand. I mean, he got the best of Georgia a couple times. He did so well, and he had that discovery memorized. So when you look at that, and then you look at him talking about different legal strategies and stuff on the jail calls, I think that of all the different people, if anyone could do well as a pro se defendant, I guess, compared to what we've seen, in my opinion, if he had done that, right, I think done the best. Now, it would, of course, not maybe change the verdict, but what I'm saying is, now, again, it's not it's a low bar. It's a low bar, right? But I think he would have done, vastly better than the other people. And I think, too, if Sarah Boone had continued pro se, I think it would be like Charlie, again, if he had done it, Sarah would be maybe next after him, maybe. I'm trying to just think of where we would rank it, like Lori Vallow, Daryl Brooks, right? Who else am I? I'm probably forgetting some people. Because it would be fun to do like a list.
With all respect, is maybe let them just ask him whether he has the notes first and whether they can get them rather than do an inquiry. I don't think the state has done anything wrong.
Well, I think that directly goes to factor one, whether there's a violation, but yes.
I don't think there's a violation, but I think I'm entitled to the notes if he has them, and then we can recall them.
Very well.
And they're talking about Jeff again.
Does your client need to use the restroom or take a break?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll go back on at 3:40. Ms. Kappelman, how many more witnesses do you plan to call before we? Okay.
Who are the two?
3:40 to start again.
Who else comes in today? There it is. Again, third time's a charm, right? So there he's saying he's entitled to see these notes. Here we go. Incredible.
Members of the jury, the defense is going to have a very brief recross of Mr. Lacasse.
Incredible.
Mr. Lacasse, those notes, pages and pages of notes, did you provide them to the prosecutors?
No, they were destroyed. I used them to guide my interviews with investigators, and then I destroyed them.
You destroyed them?
Yes.
Why'd you destroy them?
I don't know they would have been of any use to anyone else. They were just little talking points for me. We went through every single thing on my notes. It was on videotape, and then I got rid of the notes.
So when you're on the videotape, you were reading your notes?
I was using them as prompts to remember to talk about each thing. The investigator guided the interview, so sometimes we didn't stick straight to them, but I made sure everything on the note got discussed with investigators.
Yeah, checklist.
But we wouldn't know that because we can't see him today, right?
No, but you can watch the videotape of my interview with Craig Isom and see what's on the notes.
Oh, I can see the writing on that videotape?
I guess not, but that's the material that was covered.
Sir, truth is, you destroyed those notes, and we can't review them, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Wow, mic drop, not.
Was there any law or instruction from a law enforcement officer requiring you to do something with your personal notes?
No, I don't think I even needed to create notes. I chose to organize my thoughts to talk to Investigator Isom, but it was to help me make sure I covered what I wanted to cover. And of course, he ended up asking most of the questions anyway. That's how it works.
Everything in the notes is included in the interview.
Yes.
It's provided to us.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes,
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Okay. So for this day, that's all we're going to watch because that's the totality of Wendi and Jeff for this day. One thing I want to mention though, that's interesting is there's so many overlaps between Jeff and Jason Mangle. Now, for anyone who doesn't know who Jason Mangle is, so in the Wisconsin v. Ezra McCandless trial, which I covered a few months ago, I guess, but covered it gavel to gavel. Ezra, well, let's do this. Let's watch the little court TV trailer. I have that saved. I can pull that up, and that way you guys can see, rather than me trying to describe it. So here's who Ezra is, if anyone doesn't know.
He was seeing someone who was identifying as a male.
Ezra McCandless had changed her name from Monica to Ezra. She is standing trial for stabbing one of her lovers to death.
Was this murder?
She fought to survive.
How many stab wounds are too much for self-defense?
Her wounds could have been self-inflicted.
This case is about a twisted form of love.
So in that case, that's one of my favorite cases and trials. And so no one had covered it on YouTube. But you've got, she's young, you've got the perpetrator trying to play the victim, claiming self-defense, like all of the things, just all of the things. Takes the stand, right? She's on the stand for days. You also, she has multiple interviews with law enforcement that are recorded, all this stuff. It's all the things. And, but also you have to the millionth degree, the level of manipulation and maybe again, I'm not diagnosing anybody, but this is what came out at trial, right? Worse than Wendi Adelson. Let's just put it that way. Okay. And then her ex-boyfriend, Jason Mangle. Jason Mangle is who I was just mentioning compared to Jeff. Similarly, okay, Jason Mangle was basically their entire case. That's it. That was all the stuff they needed was Jason Mangle, because Jason Mangle was roped up in all this nonsense from Ezra, just like Jeff was being roped into things from Wendi. Although I would say to even a bigger extent, because, well, anyway, I'm not going to explain all the dynamics with the friend group and whatever. But anyway, but Jason and Ezra were, I think, together longer. But there's everything from Ezra lying about being pregnant so that she could lie about having an abortion, so that she could. The lying was on another level in a lot of ways. Anyway, but Jason Mangle, again, similarly, gave multiple interviews. He was initially considered a suspect, but quickly ruled out. And similarly to Jeff, came in with a pile of notes on the second interview and says the same exact stuff that Jeff does. He talks about where Jeff says coming out of her spell, Jason says he uses the languaging, seeing things clearly again, coming out of a fog, I think he says. But there's a lot of the same stuff where they've been gaslit so much. And similar thing where Jason came in with this like scrawled crazy timeline he had tried to draw to figure out the timeline. And like, anyway, basically does kind of like a Jeff where he's like trying to make things make sense in his head because he's like, what the fuck was my reality then? What all was lies? What isn't? And so for his own edification and processing all this, right? Like just wrote everything down and took all these notes and tried to make sense of it all and came in with this big pile of a checklist. There's a lot of similarities. It's pretty crazy actually. To where same thing with both Jeff and Jason, they end up with detectives saying, what else do you want to just tell us? And like, talk about whatever you want because everything you have to say is relevant basically. And like the key witness, you know? And I would imagine in Wendi's trial, Jeff will be on the stand for a lot longer. But, you know, with Ezra's trial, Jason was on the stand for a really long time. And anyway, it's that's another thing that's interesting. Yeah, the dynamics are and the similarities is just kind of insane. So, yes, she is creepy AF. Yes, yes. By the way, so for anyone who hasn't seen this, so this is Ezra's new profile picture. I'm being, yeah, you know, this is Ezra's new profile picture. Here she is. So we were calling her a Sharkweasel because weasel, like we all said, weasel, like you're weaseling to get out of the question, you're weaseling to get around a lie, whatever, right? But like there's a couple moments in that trial where they zoom in on her face and she has shark eyes, which they're unique. You know, shark eyes are like dead eyes. So hence she, you know, I love a good hybrid animal. Obviously, is Sharkweasel. Now, what about those glasses? So those are the glasses that are almost identical to her actual glasses that she wears during the trial, but they had to have special ways to fit over the Sharkweasel's ears. So I made those glasses happen for the Sharkweasel. And then the reason there's a cup that says mocha is because Ezra's favorite drink is a mocha, and she talks about mochas all the freaking time. It's really annoying. So that's Ezra, the Sharkweasel, hipster Sharkweasel with the mocha. Flash is back. I had a feeling Flash was going to be back. I just knew it. Flash is back. I was like, Flash is going to come back. I just knew it. She's worse than Jodi Arias, I think. I'll tell you why. She's a lot smarter. The insidiousness of the lies and manipulation are on another level. I think she's more dangerous. Like Jodi Arias, to my knowledge, had one victim. Like, in the way that the victim, like we're talking about, right? Ezra had one life that she took, but there were a lot of victims in this case, in a way that is just really unusual for someone who was 20 years old at the time. Yeah, she was 20 years old because she wasn't even allowed to go. She was underage. She was 20 years old. And also Jason Mangle, again, the ex-boyfriend, well, who was her boyfriend until the murdering, but, you know, he was, I think 12 years older than her or something like that. But when they met, she like lied about her age and acted like she was, and she must have fake IDs too, because she was like going in at bars and stuff. But anyway, he learned after they'd already been together for a while that she was not even 21. But then of course, the other thing about Ezra, you know, changing her gender identity, which of course there's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but you talk about manipulating, right? Like that's what it was like to manipulate people. Anyway, it's a crazy one. It's a crazy one. So yeah, I mean, Jodi's a lot, but Ezra I think is a lot worse. Yeah. It's a good one. It's a really good one. You know, that's the thing is these people, the gaslighters, and you know, they step up their game over time, I feel like, you know what I mean? So Ezra's like maybe at this point the top of the top in terms of like the most recent in that, you know, in that type of psychological category, if you will. You know, the Gen Z of the gaslighting maybe, you know, psychopathic murdering women. She's like the Gen. I think she actually is Gen Z, or maybe, I don't even know. Yeah. No, she's Gen Z. That's the most recent gen, isn't it? Anyway, she's only like what? She's in her early 20s now, right? I mean, she was convicted, but she was, again, 20 at the time of the homicides, but this was recent. So she's still a spring chicken, as I always say. Anywho, so yeah, so that's it for this day. So you know, let me know what you guys want to watch next. We can go back and watch June. We can watch some of the other key witnesses. You know, whatever you got, or we could go back and watch any key moments from the previous trials. Whatever you guys want to do, just let me know. You know, so I wish we had more Wendi interviews. It sucks that there's just the one. But yes. So but that's all I got for this one though, guys. So Top Cat saying, oh, we were talking about Ezra. Yeah, are you familiar with that case? Yeah, I was talking about Ezra. Yeah, Letitia's awful. Lori's awful. I mean, those are all great. They're top three, right? The thing is like, it's tough. Like if I had to say who would I kick out to put Ezra in there, I would kick Letitia out, and I'll tell you why. Because Letitia was, like, again, horrible, right? Like, but she was so dumb that, again, if we're talking about, like, if we're thinking like on a super villain level, if we're thinking of like, right, like who's the most dangerous, like, then you have to be smart too, right? Like to be able to, you know, like what we're talking about. Like I would say, again, someone like Letitia can only be a certain level of dangerous because she's, you know, yeah. So I would say maybe I would kick Letitia out and put Ezra there. Oh, Generation Beta. Okay, thank you, Flash. Oh, she totally is. That's right, on point. Heather saying Letitia's like the thing from the movie The Ring. Absolutely. That is totally it. Yeah. That climbs from the wall. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's what she is. Absolutely. You can have a top 5. Right. There you go. See that? When it gets tough, you can just expand the number. There you go. Top 5. Was The Ring, Letitia from The Ring, is that what made you shiver? Yeah, Eileen. I haven't revisited that one in a while. I'm trying to think if it's only women, right? Like I'm trying to think who else would go in the top 5. Yeah, Eileen's an older case. Flash knows like all the cases. Eileen's an older case. This was one where she murdered her girlfriend, right? Flash. Again, I haven't, you know, that's an old school. Oh yeah, Sarah Boone. But we're talking like dangerous, right? In terms of like being smart, like mastermind manipulator. I mean, Sarah Boone has a whole other set of problems, but I don't know that I would put her in that same category as like a Lori or a Ezra or a Jodi Arias, you know? Yeah, Sarah's really in a category in her own. Like she really is. There's a lot of things about her that make her very unique. Like first of all, her lack of self-preservation, like turning down that plea deal. And then also like her sentencing speech, as you guys know, it's like, it's very unique. Oh, she killed men. Okay. Thank you, Heather, for reminding me. Thank you. Oh, okay. John's. Okay. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened to her. That was an older case. I wonder if she's still alive. By the way, I had mentioned on a recent live stream too, the Rose Petal murder trial. I'll just briefly talk about it for, you know, like what is interesting to me about this trial. So first of all, it's being talked about as like the most complicated and confusing trial that anyone's ever heard of, which is like, that's a really high bar. And the thing is like, it's just like not many people have heard of it. So like, that's why people aren't talking about it. But like the people that have heard of it and are talking about it are all saying literally that. It's out of South Carolina. So already got me there at South Carolina. Right. But it's, it was supposed to start this past Monday and it got delayed until February. But for a reason you don't usually hear, they couldn't qualify a jury. They couldn't qualify a jury. I can't ever think of it. I can't think off the top of my head ever hearing that happen where they tried to seat a jury and they couldn't. Like there sometimes might be, they start jury selection, but then there's other issues that come up and then they have to postpone. But this is different. It's like they couldn't qualify a jury. So they're like, we'll try again in a month. Which is crazy because I would imagine them not being able to qualify a jury has to be because everyone knew about the case. Like it has to be. So anyway, but it's being called the Rose Petal murder trial. And but what's really crazy about this one is the defendant is a classically trained pianist who went to Juilliard. Okay. And he's like a younger dude, right? No criminal record. Okay. And the other thing that's crazy, and this is especially for me, right, being a classical violinist, like something like less than 30 days before the homicide, it was like, I don't know, like maybe 15 days, really close, okay, in time. He had this like life's goal of like completing all of the Beethoven piano sonatas for memory and putting them on YouTube and performing them all for memory. And that's like a top of the 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 mountain of the bucket list life's work goal that like, it might even be a Guinness record. I don't think anyone's done it. Okay. Like it's that much of an achievement. So he finishes that goal. He completes that goal. And it was like very like 2 weeks later, something like that. Right. This homicide occurs and he's the defendant in this case. Okay. And it's like a brutal, horrible stabbing where there was also some like posing involved. So usually when you got that, you guys know, right? You're looking at, okay, so there's posing, staging, right? Usually that's a serial killer or something. There's a modus operandi. Like there's some, it's in that realm of, you know, whatever. And this dude did not know the victim. Okay. Now there is a tie. There is a way that they connect them, which is where it gets weird. It's like this dude who lives in Italy. Okay. And so anyway, the thing that blows my mind is like just this juxtaposition of someone with no criminal background. You know, I think he rode a bicycle. Okay. And like literally this phenomenal classical pianist, right? Does all this. And like right after that, just like picks up a knife and like, you know, and all this, it's pretty insane. Okay. Like that's insane. Does not compute really. But again, the fact that everybody that knows the case that talks about it is like, it's basically like, they're like, this thing is so complex. I can't even talk about it. Just know that it's so complex and it's the most complicated thing ever. And so like, that's what and so my thought is, okay, this just means you have to watch the trial, right? Because they can't even summarize it. Like they can't summarize it, but like, that's what everybody says. So anyway, take that for what you will, but I just wanted to let anyone know that had heard me mention it before that it was postponed. Okay. She was executed. Okay. Wait, what about Gardner? I missed whatever this was in response to, Flash. What about Gardner? Yeah, I saw something about that case. I didn't watch any of it. I saw the West Virginia one. Wait, is that the same one with the grandma one or whatever? Anyway, there was a grandma case. I don't know anything about it. I just saw like a court TV or something with it live. Oh, Heather knows the case. Okay. Oh, they don't know what complicated is. You're saying that in reference to wait, what was the Shanna Gardner though comment though, Flash, about this? I know Shanna Gardner is Florida, obviously. You know I know that. I don't know. I'm not sure what that was in reference to though. So I don't think I know what you're saying, Flash, but yeah. So yeah, and Top Cat. So for anyone who doesn't know Heather also has a YouTube channel where, to my knowledge, Heather, you've never live streamed, right? But you do. She does videos. Heather knows the Idaho 4 case better than probably anyone on the planet. Like I would venture a guess to say that Heather knows even all of the theories about it, right? Like my coverage of it, like I'm sticking to, like, you know, the court filings, the hearings, right? And like trying to make sense of the timeline. And like, actually I've got some updates on the stuff we talked about last time as well with the IGG, and like just trying to make sense of that. And like, I don't even know what all the theories are that are out there. In fact, like even people will say stuff in the chat. I'm like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Right. Like I have no idea. I don't even know where that stuff comes from, to be honest. I'm just, you know, just being like, I don't even know where it comes from. I don't know where people are learning about this, but there's like, there's like all these other things that go on. Okay. And I don't, you know, to my knowledge, Heather knows all of the things that everybody, all of the different theories and all of the different sub things, and like, but also knows what's going on in the case, like in the courtroom. And anyway, so I will just tell you guys, like, that's, and to my knowledge, Heather, your videos are just specific on that case. That's the case, right? I don't think you've done anything else, but yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that, I mean, the thing though, right? Where could they go? I mean, the question, like the joke I made a long time ago, back when they were doing the jury, the joke I made was they would have to go to Mars to see a jury that has never heard of the case, right? So it's going to be the question of, okay, maybe you've heard of it, but like, how much have you heard, or will it affect your opinion, right? I don't, you know, so Gwen has no idea what's going on in that case. Well, you feel free to join us. We do live streams regularly. And as y'all know, I'm happy to regularly, like Flash is an example. Wasn't that one of the cases, Flash? I will tell you, like, there's every one of these cases that I'm covering right now, at every live stream, there's at least one person who's like, I don't know anything about this case. And I'm like, okay, let's fill everybody in, you know? So I have no problem. Like, I will, you know, I will say no squirrel left behind. But, you know, so, oh, so you're, okay. I see what you're saying. Thank you for clarifying, Flash. You're saying Gardner is complicated? I don't see how Gardner is complicated, personally. But that's just me. Right. Heather says she spent months, I believe it, digging into the people behind the wild claims. Yeah, so Flash. Yeah, but that's not complicated. The attorney-client privilege, it's not complicated. That's very simple, really, in my opinion. It's simple. They did the violations. It was bad. They should have used a taint attorney. Like, it's horrible misconduct, but that just doesn't make it complicated, if that makes sense, right? Like, horrible things happen, but like in that case with like the state, but like, it's not a complicated case, in my opinion. So that's the only case though, right, Heather, that you've been making videos on? Why no trial? Well, so the trial has been moved to August of 2025. And there were a number of reasons why it had been delayed, and then was also delayed again. Part of it recently, of the recent decision though, is because, well, part of it is because it has to do with the new venue, right? But then also they expect it to take 3 months. So they have to find, and this is like an impossible task, right? Like a 3 months where they feel like, well, first of all, everybody involved has to be available. But second of all, when will the jury, like, for example, right? If they did 3 months and they started it in late spring, it would cover all of summer. And then what problem would you run into with a jury? Summer break, the kids are home from school, right? That could disqualify people, or summer vacation, right? So what they're trying to do is get it to be like in between holidays. And like, there's a strategy there. So by starting it in August, they figure it'll be done before Thanksgiving. So part of it, again, was determining how long they think it's going to be, so that then they can get that window where hopefully it won't, they will be able to seat a jury, basically. That's one reason. The other is discovery has still not been fully turned over from the state. That's been a whole issue. And I'm sure Heather's probably chiming in too with other, right? There's Heather with the discovery. Yes. Right. Really, Heather? I refreshed the docket right before I went live and I did not see it. Maybe it happened while I went live. I refreshed it because I've been checking it feverishly. Yes, that Idaho 4 will be 3 months. I will cover that. And I'll be covering the upcoming. So I started covering this case in May of this current year, but I was following it from since the homicides, right? I've been following it. But I started covering it in May, and I cover every single court filing and every hearing, and I'll cover that trial. And Heather, like, again, Heather knows all the stuff that goes on in the background that's so over my head. I don't even know what the things are, it's really impressive to be able to juggle all that information. I don't know how she does it. Right, the case summary, but I refreshed it. Let me see. Let me pull it up on my phone. Maybe, but I refreshed it on my computer right before I went live and I didn't see it there, but, because I've been waiting for the defense witness list because that was due on the 9th and they didn't file for an extension. So that means that they must have submitted it, but it's just not posted yet. So let me look. I'm still seeing the most recent thing on here says January 8th, order sealing Exhibit A, defendant's motion to compel. What the heck? I wonder if it's because I refreshed this too many times on every device that it's a cookie thing. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing it. It's possible. It's entirely possible. I've just done it too much and now that's working against me. Okay. Cat Randall's back. Hi, Cat Randall. We were just talking about Ezra, actually. We were just talking about Ezra. Thanks, Heather. Let me try that. It's a lot of scrolling. Case summary. I've never clicked on that, believe it or not. Okay. That's where you got those documents with the funny symbols, Heather. I never knew where you got that from with the remember when I made a joke in the comments and I was like, it looks like a 90s thing icon? I didn't know what that was from. I've literally had never clicked on this. Okay, let me scroll all the way down. Okay. How come there's things on here, though, that aren't on the docket? I don't understand that for the life of me. What the heck? Is the witness list on here? Hold on. Oh, they sealed it. Gosh darn it. Sealing the defendant's witness list and exhibit list. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. I've been waiting for that. Literally, I've been like dreaming about that coming out. That's crazy. Why are there things here that are not on the docket? Well, That means I'll be doing a BK stream tomorrow, guys, because now there's more just stuff to cover because those documents were not on the docket. Thank you for letting me know about that, Heather. Good night, Gwen. Well, hopefully we'll see you soon. Right, I figured as much with the lock. But how come there's stuff on there that's not on the docket? Like stuff that doesn't have a lock and it's not on the docket yet. That's what's crazy. So yeah, I always try the county court sites. I mean, sometimes if you know what you're looking for specifically, you can find it by doing an image search, but that's really more recently because people will post things on like X or whatever. They're listed there first and then uploaded. Thank you, Heather. Well, that changes things for me. So I have a number of things I wanted to go over anyway, related again to the IgG. I wanted to follow up with some of the things we talked about on the last one pertaining to the IgG with the IgG tree. And I'm going to do a thing where we're going to put that with some of the key points from Gabrielle Vargas's testimony. And I had a realization, I had a light bulb moment doing timestamps. Like that always happens. Every time I do timestamps, I'm like, oh, I missed this, or oh, I forgot that, or oh, I didn't see that comment, or whatever. And I had like one of those where I was like, I kept asking the same question I asked the same question in the stream a couple times, like me thinking out loud, right? And then I was like, oh my God, that's the answer. Light bulb moment. And then I was like, duh. So, but anyway, there were a couple things I wanted to follow up on anyway about the IgG, but now we got more documents anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what Miss Potts is. Is that YouTube? Is that a person? Heather, did you watch the IgG tree thing yet? Or the thing before it? Like basically the different calendars and stuff I put together and the IgG tree, which is from the state's document there. Like, I think that it makes it clear that there's really only one answer to this. And it's kind of what Heather, you and I have voiced that we think is maybe going on. But for some reason, it's not, I don't know. I don't know how it's not more clear to people, which is fine. But like, there's a couple key details that I had completely, again, I had the light bulb moment and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I didn't think to say that last night, where I'm like, if you add these couple other factors in, it might just be exactly what is enough to put the entire puzzle together with that. So anyway, Flash, I don't know what are you saying this case? We're done. We're just chatting about BK. I don't know if you're talking about Adelson's or, anyway, but I think you might be talking about BK actually, is what you're saying. So, a document queen, that's awesome. I want to be a document queen. That's funny. So Bicca Barlow, we went over some of Bicca Barlow last night from whatever was in that one document. Oh, you're referring to Coburg. Okay, yeah. I don't think it's too late. I don't think it's too late, Flash. I mean, the thing is like, how Heather knows all the different theories and all that. I don't understand it. And I don't know how the brain doesn't, I don't know how it's possible. And I commend and applaud that. I don't know how she's able to do it. What I would say is this, is that to be like, feel like you're up to speed on the case. I don't think that's necessary, right? I think that just to understand like the basics, right? And I'll always help you guys get caught up if you feel like you want to get caught up. But, for me, it's like, I don't even know how you could process all the other, because there's so many other theories and stuff out there. And, again, I don't know how you keep it all straight, Heather. It's amazing. Right. I saw that when I just looked now. Yep. For each week. You mean like each week since the case started, like since the homicides? I will say that last night, the timeline part of that live stream, which was right before the IGG tree, we had the thing, like, if nothing else, like Flash, if you're still here listening, like if you go to because everything's timestamped, right? If you go to last night's live stream and you go to the part that says who did what when, it's a video presentation. If you watch that has some testimony about who did what when, and it also has the calendars that I made of the key events. And then right after that is the presentation I made called the IGG tree. If you watch those two, and at least in my mind, you would be up to speed on the case and also up to speed as to like what we are discussing right now with it, like the current filings and all that, and the information necessary. Like, I think, because again, part of the reason I made those Flash was for for everybody, but also for you, because I was like, how can I make this simple? And also not just make it simple. How can we make this make sense, right? Like my intro says, like, we need a timeline, we need a visual, like we need to try to make sense of this. And so for anyone that's new, there's your outline, right? But even if you've been following it, it's like there's so much and it seems confusing. That should actually distill it back to here's the basics of what is going on. So I felt like it would help everybody, and it helped me to make it for sure. So, I was working on those when I had laryngitis and I couldn't talk. And then I kept working on them even when I got my voice back. But anyway, those two presentations. So it's like the who did what when, and then there's the second part to that. They're all back to back, but then it's like White Elantra versus the DNA race to the finish line. Like that's the second part of that same video. Then there's the IGG tree. So all that, it's like, I don't know, maybe an hour into the live stream, but it's time stamped. Like that, all that I think would be helpful to get up to speed. But that's just my personal opinion. That's why I'm like Heather is like the GOAT on this case. So, I defer to her. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, good. Thank you, Kat. Thank you for that. Awesome. I don't think so, Flash. Well, no, I think you popped in, but you had your Discord live stream during that. So I think you popped in you popped in after you finished your Discord stream to say hi. But that was after what I was just talking about was before. Like when that part was happening of those presentations I was just saying, you were streaming, so you missed it. So you came in towards the end of the live stream, I believe, actually. Yeah, you were there at the very end saying you were going to eat cake. I remember now. You were there at the end. And Heather also came in towards the end. So both of y'all were not there for the things I was just referencing, to my knowledge. So, yeah, don't worry, Flash. I'll remember what you were doing last night. I'll keep up with what everybody. I'm that person though, for people who are like in real life, they're like, I don't lose things. Most people lose things, right? For everybody that is ever around me, it's like if they misplace something or lose something, like, oh, have you seen my blah blah? I'm like, yep, there it is. I don't know. It's just funny. I keep up with everybody's stuff and like their lives and their schedules and their actual stuff. So, but we're gonna update some of the stuff too. Again, we're gonna continue that discussion tomorrow with the calendar, because I have another date I want to check on there, and then there's some more for the IGG. But yeah, and we'll cover those new documents too. So. June 2023. I can't remember which hearings those were. You're gonna have to remind me which hearings those were. On the IG, what hearings were those? I don't remember. Right. See, my brain is like, I have to remember everything where I go nuts. Squirrel life, squirrel life. Yeah. Yeah. You know, again, for me, like with the cases, at least for the cases I'm covering, that's why it's so helpful too to have all the timestamps, because whenever it's like, you know, covering different cases and then it's like, okay, this case, we haven't done this one in whatever, however period of time, right? Maybe there was nothing new or just whatever it is. It's like, I'm like, oh, great. I can go to the most recent live stream on the case, right? And I have it time stamped with like all the different things, very specific, right? Down to funny things or crazy things or quotes or whatever it is, to where I can even just scroll through and look at my timestamps just from the wording. And I'll be like, oh, yep, I remember exactly where we were. Without having to actually even watch it, you know what I mean? Just because that's helpful. It's like cues, like, you know, people have like visual cues or audio cues, you know, cues to jog your memory, you know, and the timestamps do that as well. So Top Cat still here. Glad to see you're still here, my friend. Adelson is their number one obsession. Yeah, you seem to know a lot of that case. I wonder, are you like the Heather of the Adelson case? The way Heather is to Idaho? Okay. Oh, we did cover one of those recently. There was a crazy scheduling hearing where they say a bunch of crazy stuff. I wonder if that's one of those. I just can't remember the date, but I think it might be. That might have been the first BK live stream, Heather, that you were at. Maybe. But I know there was one that was, well, there's a lot there. There was the one where, yeah, it's a motion to compel. And there's a lot of crazy stuff. And Prosecutor Santa is quiet until the very end, and then he pops up, and then he's real mad. Is that one of the ones you're referencing? Stop guessing, not that good. Yeah, I mean, the Adelsons it's crazy. It's crazy. And, you know, for anyone too, like y'all hopefully already know, but like SDS is great because, you know, they're there in Miami, but like they're friends with all the people, and have the local inside scoop. And that's where I learned, that's how I learned about this case, was from STS. But they were like the first people, or one of the first channels on YouTube to cover it. Like no one knew about the case. They were one of the first people. And you know, it's an interesting change of pace too, because for you guys who are like, you know, love court filings and trial testimony, you know, most of what STS does is they have, you know, best guests on, and they interview them, and they have like 3 or 4 people on per show, right? And they talk about something. So it's a good change of pace too. And usually too, also you can like listen in the background too, because you know, they're talking. So like for example, right? Great example right here. Stephen Webster, right? Where'd he go? Stephen Webster, right here. Okay.
So he was
Stephen Webster was one of Dan's good friends and also his attorney for the divorce. Okay. Stephen Webster comes on STS regularly. Like that's just one example, right? You know, so like, anyway, so, but yes. Okay. But not the one where he got mad at the end. Oh, awesome. Okay. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, because you know what it probably is? Because on StreamYard, things look different than they do on YouTube. So like, for example, like the size of people's like thumbnails and like the font of the name of the screen name or username. Like, in other words, I didn't connect that, but, and I was like, wow, how did I not connect it? And then I'm like, that's why, because it's the context is different. So, okay, awesome. I remember now. I remember now. And that was for covering Adelson's, wasn't it? Was that yesterday? I remember now. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here. That makes sense. Yeah. Love STS. Love STS. That's hilarious. Cat is reminding us of memory issues. Flash, I didn't notice if you got annoyed. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not, when I don't understand things, I assume it's my fault, because I'm keeping up with a lot at once, having a live stream, right? Sometimes I misread things, and sometimes comments actually just don't pop up in StreamYard, or they pop up delayed. So there's that too. Right. I 100% I remember now. 100% I remember now. Like literally again, like with my memory, right? I didn't connect the two because it looks different. Like, so I didn't recognize the thumbnail but now, once you mentioned that, now I know exactly. I remember exactly. Yep. Yeah, that was yesterday. And they had 2 streams back to back yesterday. They had Donna Adelson, and then they had the Kentucky judge. But I totally remember now. It's just so funny, the context, because that's how even just the font looks different on StreamYard than on YouTube. And yeah, again, the thumbnails too. So yes. Yeah. And we have other STSers. Actually, I think some were here earlier. So we do have a good number of STSers usually too. But we do love STS. Sometimes the COE pops in. Uncivil law has been here a couple times too, as well, for anyone who knows uncivil law. You're okay, Flash. It's all good. Kat is making a great point. Text and chat, so much is lost. It's really hard to get something without talking it out. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're being annoyed did not come out. I think that you might worry, or like worry. What's the right word? Overworry. No, what am I trying to say? You might. I think that you're worrying more than what does my brain see? Now I'm at a loss, guys. Like your concerns that like, I don't think anyone is thinking that. Hopefully you know what I'm saying. All of the, how could you, that was useless. Jennifer Ray, I think so. Yeah. DSN, who was here too. Daddy Short Nuts, we call him DSN. He hasn't been on STS recently, but he is an STSer. But there's a lot that come in here, and they're also in the Discord too. But we love our friends from everywhere. But yes, I'm just a huge believer in like supporting other creators, and so that includes like Heather, right? That includes STS. STS is like one of my favorite YouTube channels, right? And especially again when it comes to the Adelsons, they really have the local knowledge and connections, which Top Cat can also verify and state as well. Right. Yeah, you're worried. What's the word I'm looking for? You're like over concerned from what other people would think. There's a word for that I'm blanking on. But people aren't thinking what you're afraid they're thinking, is what I would say. Yeah, there's no situation. I mean, the CVB actually commented saying like the same thing that you're saying. So you guys are all on the same page. So yeah, so current cases for anyone too who hasn't seen. So currently we're uncovering, got Casey Anthony, gavel to gavel, Shannon Gardner, Adelson's, right? and obviously Idaho 4, Brian Kober. But depending on the rose petal thing, if that trial does kick off in February, we'll see. I might try to involve some of that because it seems like it's going to be really interesting. You know, for me, it's like you had me when you had me at most complicated case ever. I'm like, I'm there. And then you had me again at classically trained pianist from Juilliard. Okay. Yeah. Maybe paranoid. Maybe. Oh, where are you joining us from, Top Cat? That's awesome. We've got a lot of squirrels of the world, as we say. You know, Black Widow was here earlier, for example, Ireland. But we do love it. We do love, I love having people from other countries. I just, you know, I'm a huge fan of the world. Kat reminding everyone it'll be all right. Thank you, Kat. And the thing is like, you know, everybody here apart from Glenn, right? Really, we all, you know, everybody's really on the same page. And look at that. How odd is that, right? Speaking of Black Widow, are you a sorceress? Literally just said Black Widow. You guys, y'all saw that, right? Literally just said Black Widow maybe she was listening. That is insane. First of all, there she is. She must have been listening because she's helping me out with some words. Anxious, paranoid. Flash is always hungry. Love you, Black Widow. But yeah, I was saying like everybody apart from Glenn, like everybody's all like on the same like good human page. Like how to say this? Like, you know what I mean? We're all compassionate and we're all attuned to other people's, you know, I think a lot of that too comes from watching trials too, where we have probably more empathy and compassion and understand how other people can perceive things, you know, but then you could end up like worrying that that's happening when it's not type of thing. But the thing is like, everybody's on the same page of like, we all care about everybody having a good experience and feeling included and voicing their opinions in a respectful manner and things like that, right? It's the Squirrel Crew. And so it's just an awesome group. Self-conscious, that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Kat. Self-conscious, that's it. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. And also, yes, let it go. Totally. That's some words of wisdom right there. Let it go. 100%. Yep. Absolutely. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that can happen, Flash. I really don't. But it's not happened here. You know what I mean? Like and I, again, just don't, you know, it's almost like you got like chat PTSD or something. I mean, I'm saying that like to exaggerate, right? Like I don't, you know, but just because here's the thing, there are people who will start arguments. Like here's a fact. There are people who will start arguments for no reason. So you have to keep that in mind. So in other words, for any of you guys, for me, for anybody, right? If you're ever in a chat and someone starts an argument or whatever, just remember, it may not be your fault because there are people out there that do that on purpose, right? I'm not saying assume it's not your fault. You know what I mean? You have to just look at it like objectively, but using an objective lens, right? If it seems like it wasn't your fault, it might be that it's one of those people, right? A Glenn, right? Glenn was doing that when it got towards the end there with politics and stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, Flash, how anyone could say that. You're like the nicest person on the planet. All you guys are the nicest people on the planet. That's why you're awesome. But, you know, again, it's like, so whoever said that to you, they're probably doing what I was just describing and being a bully, I would think. Black Widow verifying that she's here. Awesome. Y'all are so funny. Oh, and I think I'm just realizing now that I think Black Widow was saying as seen on STS as in maybe Joel being like that. Is that what you're saying there? Heather agrees. Yeah, Top Cat. Excellent. Maybe it's them who have the problem. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys who've seen Flash, Flash is like literally just so kind. And I mean, all of you guys are, you know? I hate that people say anything mean to any of you guys, you know? Summoned. Yes. Yeah, Glenn is the only person that's been banned. Literally. Hold on. We have to do this real quick. The only person who has been banned.
I have that skirt.
He lives in infamy on this channel. That's why there's a compilation video. I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. But again, that you know, that doesn't surprise me because again, Heather being courageous enough to delve into these other theories that again, they're over my head. I can't even describe like a lot of it. Like Heather, whenever I see your videos, I'm like, I don't even know what you're like. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm so not up. Like, I just have no idea. It's a whole other world, a whole new world. At least I'm kind of getting my voice back though. But anyway, it doesn't surprise me that you get left some crazy comments is what I'm saying. How's everything in Ireland, Black Witter? Everyone look at Black Witter's beautiful new profile picture. I had a comment on recently on it was a Brian Koberger live stream, you know, where like not the one from yesterday, but I guess the one before that maybe. Somebody left a comment that was just like, note to others, if you're looking for a non-biased creator, something along these lines, right? Like you're looking for a non-biased creator, this is not it. Go somewhere else or something like that. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like you know, again, you guys heard me talk earlier about like I try to be very objective. And the thing is sometimes even when you're being objective, it still is going to lead you in one direction because it is what it is, right? But anyway, I kind of addressed that at the beginning of last night's live stream with like, here's a couple things I wanted to note. And like, as far as the discovery process too. Because it even came up in when EDB yesterday came up. It came up in she mentioned Idaho out of the blue. But yeah, I mean, it's like, I really try to not be biased, you know. I try to be objective, right? And again, if in my mind, like for me, if by being objective and looking at things logically and assessing it and verifying it and you know, critical thinking and being analytical, right? If all of that leads you somewhere, that seems this is just my personal opinion, that like that to me is, I'm fine with that, right? It's like, but either A, it's not going to lead you anywhere, right? It's like you're just going to stay in the analytical phase, right? Or you'll be analytical and it might lead you somewhere. But anyway, I'm just going to stop talking. Right. Yeah. You mentioned that person Twizzles something. Wow. Yeah. No, Flash, no one thinks you're evil. Right. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, Heather. Wow. Yeah. And that's the other thing, right? Like I said at the beginning of last night's live stream, right? Is like where a lot of the issues come from, I think. Okay. In other cases, but especially Idaho for is people are caught up in, they've already decided in somebody, if somebody's guilty or not guilty or like factually innocent or whatever. And then further than that, they've got theories to support it or whatever, right? And so what I've said at the beginning of last night's live stream was like, I think we can all strive in any case, right, to try to challenge ourselves to hold off on forming an opinion of whether it's our own opinion of guilty or not guilty, or whether it's what do we think the jury is going to do? Because those can be different things, right? To wait until the trial because we haven't seen the evidence. And if ever there is a case that is even more true for, that is the Idaho 4 case. Why? Because we have like literally nothing. There's like no information. More than any case, like the gag order and all that. And it's like, we just don't know like anything. And the problem is people are obsessed with the case and have been since the homicides, right? So what, over 2 years now, and have like no information. So what do people do? They just start like going crazy in their minds, right? Basically. I mean, it can happen. It can happen with anything, right? And so, because what do people not want to do? People don't want to have to wait for answers because that waiting sucks and people are impatient. But anyway, we're all what happens a lot, like again, like what Heather was even saying too, is it's like when it depends on if people have a certain stance on if they think they know somebody did it or not, and then it goes spiraling from there, right? And it's like we have no information, and like ideally we should be waiting until the trial, and then we can be assessing the evidence, right? So for me, whether a defendant, like when it's pretrial, right? Like whether a defendant will ultimately found guilty or not guilty or whatever, any of that, none of that has any bearing on the pretrial litigation because the trial hasn't happened yet. So for me, how I handle it, right, is like, I'm just assessing the documents. I'm assessing the hearings. I'm assessing it as it comes out. I'm just assessing it, right? But I'm not, I don't know how one can even have a stance, especially in this case, because there's not enough, right? To me, right? Like there's some cases that before it goes to trial, a lot of this, you already pretty much know what the case is going to be. Like there's, great tons of examples of that, right? Where it's like, there might be a couple surprises at trial, but not a whole lot. And you know what I mean? So like, and even then you should probably still wait, right? Till the trial to go all in. If you're going to go all in, right? On what you think is going to happen. But anyway, this case out of Idaho is the opposite of that. We have nothing. So. Yeah, and I would agree. I've seen the state mislead and tell truths, but see, the thing is, again, that is completely separate from the defendant. Like you'll notice when I talk about, when we cover BK on, like for me on my channel, right? Like we don't even like talk about him. It's irrelevant to the discussion. The only time is like to use the initials so people know what case it is, right? But like literally it's not even relevant. Like, and even the stuff that they're arguing about, right? You could insert any defendant, insert defendant's name here. Fine. Doesn't make a difference if it's Sally or Bob, right? Like, we're not there yet. You know what I mean? Like, so I totally agree with what Heather is saying here with the state misleading and telling untruths. There's a lot of issues, as you guys have seen me talk about at length, right? Which is probably why somebody made that comment about me being biased. But again, I separate out, right? They're two completely separate things. Like this, whatever is going to happen with the defendant in any case, right? Like that is a whole separate thing. And then how the discovery is being handled and, the legal issues, right? You have the legal issues, right? And and the chain of custody and all this stuff, all that has like, you can just leave the defendant out of it. and assess that for what it is. And so, you know, does that make sense? That's funny. So Kat, that's funny. I still has the reserved. Now, Kat, I know at some point had like a crush on Ezra, so that could be a thing. And there you go. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Top Cat. Some people invent things because there's a vacuum of info. And by the way, I did see that you commented that you're from Australia, which is awesome. Shout out to all the Aussies out there. Love it, mate. Sorry, just, you know. Yeah, and I'm with you, right? Commenting on known facts as much as possible. Totally. And yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying as well, that Heather, that there's a need to publicly convict. I get all that. Totally. I mean, there's plenty of cases where there's defendants like that. Well, Casey Anthony is a good example. Talk about publicly convicted. There's not going to be an example ever that's worse than that. I mean, she's still the most hated woman in America, right? And so that case is more ubiquitous to this day. I mean, it's wild to me. You know, and but there's lots of cases, right, where they're high profile and you know, the court of public opinion, right? You know what I mean? And the state might have a case to back it up. When it gets to trial, that's when you would find out. Or the case might not, or the state might not, right? Both can be true. Both can be true. Yeah, I mean, Heather, again, I don't know enough to even know what you're referencing with this so many people discounting things. I don't know what so many people are doing. But you know, as I've mentioned, there's somebody that was on one of the live streams saying that he wasn't working for them anymore, but I couldn't find anything to support that. Anyway, yes, I know. I know he explained all that at the hearing. I mean, his background is very impressive. Heather's getting animated. I don't know that. I mean, and the thing is this, is like, for me anyway, right? Like, one can try to draw inferences from things, right? That because this and this things, like, it must mean this. And like, you know, think about like, compare it to like a trial, right? What do they say to the jury? The jury can draw reasonable inferences from the evidence, right? But here's the thing. They have the evidence first. And the part that I don't feel so comfortable with myself when it comes to the Idaho case is drawing so many inferences, right? Because we don't have enough. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's relying too much on, I don't know, even if it ends up being correct, right? Like, there's so many things where it's like, this is probably going to end up being true, or this might end up being true, but like, I still don't know that I don't feel comfortable asserting this as if this is a fact, because it's not a fact, even if it seems like it will be proved a fact. That makes sense? You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, Heather, like, here's the thing. I love you. I don't know what FF is, and I don't know what Garrett. Wait, is that one of the law enforcement? Anyway, this is where it's like, I'm so not up to, like, I don't know enough to even follow. I can't follow. with people that aren't, you know, unless it's just a name I'm forgetting, but but you know what? Tomorrow, though, we will have another BK stream, and that will be the better time to review everything. You know, because it's a lot harder too, right? When I don't have all the BK documents pulled up, it makes it harder to go find things. And so it makes me even less likely to be able to follow things that are already, you know, again, Heather's like knows all the deepness of this case. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. And like Flash was saying too, Flash was like, I'm not up on it. But y'all, if you're available and want to join us tomorrow, you know, whether you're Heather, who's like an expert on all the things, or you're not up on it, or you're brand new or whatever, like we welcome everybody. We love all of you guys. And someday, Heather, maybe we will understand what you're saying. Flash is saying, so I'm not the only one confused. Kat Randall saying, it's 15 degrees here without the wind. You're in Virginia, right, Kat? Here it's 20. My computer says 20. So close. I'm jealous of you, Top Cat. I bet it's sunny and hot in Australia. That sounds amazing. I want sunny, hot weather. I would love to live like in the desert if I could. Your thing here says 15. Well, yeah, you're in Virginia. Like you're in Virginia, I'm in North Carolina. Like it makes sense that we're 5 degrees apart, right? Because we're states next to each, or one above the other. Flash always dreaming about food as usual. Donuts wrapped in bacon. 15 in Cleveland. So Heather and Kat are temperature twins. Sorry, that's hilarious. Oh, so yeah, that's the other thing. So speaking of time, I don't know your time zone. I'm trying to think. What are you? 12 hours ahead? I have no idea. It'll probably be tomorrow evening. Usually on the East Coast here, probably starting around 8 or 9-ish, more than likely. More than likely. It's 3 p.m. now. So you guys, let's all do the math. Okay. So you are 11 hours ahead. Correct, Heather. Thank you. So that's 11 hours. So tomorrow, when I say tomorrow night, I guess that would be like morning for you, probably, Top Cat. Flash doesn't know. Yeah, Cat, we're in the same time zone. Virginia and is directly above North Carolina for anyone who's not in the US or even is in the US. 13. Really, I can't math, you guys. I'm terrible with doing time zones. I don't know why. I mean, I say I can math, but for some reason with time zones, it doesn't work. You're right. It's ahead, right? 13. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Heather. Y'all. So isn't that so wild? So then, yeah, it'll be in the morning or early afternoon. Again, time zones are my challenge for you, Top Cat. Blackwater, it's 7 a.m. there. Blackwater doesn't sleep, so you have to do your temperature also, but you'll have to convert it to Fahrenheit, or, well, most people probably, I won't understand it. Let me put it that way. It's like if people say something in Celsius, I'm like, I have no idea. Literally. There's a part that is behind an hour. Oh, in Virginia? You have 2 different time zones in Virginia? Is that what you're saying, Kat? North Carolina only has 1 time zone. That would be crazy, though. It's so wild when states do that. Tennessee does that, too. Oh, yep. Oh, trust me. Heather chiming in. Yeah. Yep. When Chad Daybell was still going on, I had to learn, you guys, I had to memorize it with the difference in time zones between, because back then BK was still in Latah. So I had it memorized, Ada County versus Latah County versus me. And again, it's a challenge for me with the time zones, but I had it figured out for just a brief period. And then I don't know. I don't remember what they are anymore. But also the time, see, since then, the daylight savings and all that has happened. And, you know, there you go. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That sounds awesome. I love the heat. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's a great point too, right? Because they even delve into Pacific time on that as well. Well, that's the least of their issues, honestly. Okay, 5 degrees Celsius. Like, to me, that may as well be 1,000,000 Fahrenheit or negative 1,000,000 Fahrenheit. Heather seems to be kind of mathing on the spot. You want to do the conversion, Heather? Don't even confuse it with some Kelvin. No one even uses Kelvin. I forgot that even existed. Now, the Black Widow with the Celsius, though, has thrown a math monkey wrench into the system. Kelvin. So my interpretation was it was supposed to say Kelvin, Kelvin, which is another form of measurement that literally doesn't exist anymore, except for Kat Randall mentioning it, if that's what Kat meant, which I assume. So funny. It's like the alto clef if you compare it to music clefs. For anyone who's like, what's alto clef? It's the viola clef. Enough said. Yeah, the alto clef. So silly. I don't think it's that simple, Heather, because that's too simple. It's not that simple. It's not. Okay, let's look it up. Phone, come here, you. Okay. 7. Okay, 44.6 degrees. So Black Widow, you are warmer. You're second place in warmth right now because first place goes to Top Cat. So you're in second place, and then everybody else is in the cold zone. 44.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. So because like here it's 20, and then where Heather and Kat Randall are, it's 15. So the conversion is 7. Wait. It's times 9/5 plus 32. What? It's not the simple one, Heather. Yeah, it's whatever the Celsius is, that's a blank, right? Times 9/5 plus 32. So how can anyone just off the top of their head, just like 9/5? Like, yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Okay, I'll look it up. What did we say? 38. Hold on. I've got a thingy here now. So 38 degrees Celsius is 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Five degrees Celsius is 41, Heather, according to the thing. 5 degrees Celsius. This says 41. It's 5 times 9/5 plus 32. Yep, definitely. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, my dog Frodo has his hoodie on right now because so when he goes outside, so it says no pants, no problem on it. He has an array of outerwear for the winter. Like he's got sweaters, he's got a pea coat, he's got an overcoat, he's got a parka. And the thing is that he loves it. You know how some people put clothes on their dogs and the dogs hate it? Opposite here. So Frodo only wears those because, for warmth, right? Because, snowing, freezing, whatever. Living in Boone, he would have died otherwise. And he's small. So when there's snow, it could be taller than him. Anyway, but he gets so excited. It is the cutest thing. Like he knows ahead of time. He knows my brain. You know how dogs are. He can read my mind. He knows when I'm going to go get one of his little, like this time it was his hoodie, and he gets so excited and he tries to put it on. It's so cute. He puts it on himself. He gets his paws, puts them in the sleeves and and it's just, he gets so excited. It is literally the cutest thing ever. I wish I could video it, but I need to have it set up on a thing because I need my hands. So anyway, I should plan ahead and do that because it's the cutest thing. Oh, that is so cute. That is so cute. Oh, the dog boots. Those are always a disaster. Yeah, I don't even use those with the piglet. How does a dog wear a coat? I mean, there's that's standard. So many cats at Cat's house. Porch cat. Oh yeah, Flash, weren't you bit by a dog at some point? Was that you? I think that was you. Yeah. Oh, you got the pajamas too. That's cute. That's cute. Frodo also has a tuxedo because he was in my brother's wedding. He was the ring bearer. And he did a very good job and he was very cute with his tuxedo, but that's the only time he's worn the tuxedo. Yeah, he loves his winter wear though. Oh, that's interesting. So Black Widow. So this is another thing. So looks like whatever was reporting the temperature where Black Widow lives in Ireland is not accurate because she makes a great point. It's icy outside, so it has to be below 32. Thank you for letting us know because it said, what did we say it was? 41? I don't even remember anymore. Anyway, above freezing. So in other words, the weather is not being accurately reported. Interesting. Who was it? There's somebody who was bit by a dog that's in the Squirrel Crew. Who was it? I hate who was it? Who am I thinking of? Was that you, Cat Randall? Well, I feel like you would have said so if it was because you're here. Somebody was bit by a dog. Good morning to you, since it's morning for you. Good morning and good day and good evening and all of the things, Black Widow. Hope you have a wonderful day. Your dog's wardrobe is better than mine. So funny. Dog, it's so cute. I do love it. With, I was getting Frodo's Christmas present this past Christmas, and I went to the PetSmart, pet store, and as I was waiting in line to check out, like they had this like display, and it was like the teensiest little garments, and I was like, what is that? Like tiny, right? Like teeny little sweaters and Christmas sweaters and all this, and I was like, what the heck is that for? It looks like it could fit like the size, like if you imagine somebody dressing up their finger, right? I was like, what the hell is it? And I was like, what is this? Is this a joke? And then I looked at it, and it said on there, it was clothing for like a gecko, for people that want to put. I'm not even joking. It was real. They had all different types of clothing, full array, pajamas, everything, full gear for a gecko. I don't even have words. Like, how do you even, like, just, yeah, the brain's like, what? Like, huh? There's so many questions about that. Just so many. Yeah, lizard wear. It literally, yep. And they had a couple of different sizes. All of it was tiny, but they had like, in other words, they're like catering to, I mean, just like when you buy dog stuff, there's different sizes. I mean, I couldn't, it's the funniest thing. It was the funniest thing. Hamsters was a good guess, but yeah. And it's funny because when I remember how I said finger, because that's what it makes sense, because you think about a gecko being, they're skinny and long, right? Like finger, right? They're finger size. That's why, like, when I saw it, I was like, is that supposed to be for your finger? Anyway, that's cute. Guinea pigs are so cute. Guinea pigs are so cute. Love guinea pigs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, I just don't know how you get that on the gecko, and why you get that on the gecko, and why, like, who are these people? Like, I mean, like, that seems like such a niche thing that it's like, you'd have to like hunt that down on the internet, but, like, for them to have like an entire whole kiosk dedicated to it, literally only for the geckos. That's it. That's like floor space. You guys know how it is with that retail. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I don't even know if they sell geckos at the store. Bizarre. That is so cute. That is so cute. I love animals. That is, yep. Yeah, it's a teeny lizard. So crazy. Well, y'all, I think we solved a lot of life's mysteries tonight. We got the we kind of got the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Check. We talked about time zones, got some math going there. Check. Excellent. Different animal outfits, got that covered for sure. And many other topics. But the random scroll chat is also fun when we just talk about random stuff. I love it. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that means. Is Tomatoes Friday? Is that a code? I'm in North Carolina. I'm in what they call the Piedmont, so in between the mountains and the ocean or the coast. But I lived in the mountains for like 11 years. Boone. Is tomorrow Friday? That was what tomorrow is, well, depends on how you count it. Technically, after midnight, it's now Thursday. So yes, correct, Flash, technically. For me, I don't usually count it until I go to sleep, so I would still count this as Wednesday today, but technically it's after midnight, so. I don't know what you mean. Everybody knows Sarah Boone. Yeah, North Carolina. Every now and again on these live streams, I'll pull up different like pictures and we'll talk about funny stories from North Carolina. Actually, I was going to do a stream that was just dedicated to funny stories. I think it was Heather and Flash. Was it you guys that were there when we were talking about that with like the crazy swinging bridge story and some other funny stuff? But yeah, North Carolina is beautiful. And Virginia, where Kat's at, is right above us. South Carolina, Murdoch territory, is right below us. Yep or do. Yep, yep, yep. Although we need to do another AI day, AI thing. That was so fun. That might have been the same day where we had like the whole AI adventures. That was so fun. So Flash, you don't have a stream. How can I help you? You don't have a stream in 10 hours. You have a stream in 10 plus 24 hours, I think. This is what I'm talking about. Flash, just send me your calendar. I'll keep up with all your stuff. Just kidding. They like the errors. Yeah. That was so funny. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you're in Northern Virginia. So you're close to DC. You're close to Flash then, right? If you're in Northern Virginia. Oh no, I don't have a Southern accent. No. My parents are from upstate New York, and they only moved to North Carolina like right before I was born. And my family is from all over the world and other parts of the country. Like I have no family history. Like my parents were the first people on either side of my family to move to the South. Like, and they were the only ones. So like, in other words, I didn't grow up with, I mean, my friends and stuff, you know, of course, all have the accents like growing up. But anyway, in my family, you know, I didn't have that. No, we have the Outer Banks, which is beautiful. It's preserved, nationally preserved seashore, Outer Banks, but we call it, here's how we call it. We call it like this, OBX. People come from actually like all over the world to go there. And I know the Outer Banks, look at Kat. I know the Outer Banks better than the neighborhood where I live, better than the neighborhood where I grew up. I know it better than anything. And we've done a couple of we've done a squirrely field trip there with Google Maps. That was really fun. And we went around and looked at all the things. And there were some funny stories from that too. But yes, beautiful beaches there at the Outer Banks. My parents, again, they moved here before I was born. They started going there every year, like before I was born. And then ever since my brother and I were born, we just always went there. But like, it's just the one road. So Highway 12. Yeah, Durham, that's like an hour away. Kat, have you been to the Outer Banks? One thing I learned when we were doing one of the squirrely field trips that was crazy, and I like lost my mind, was like we were looking at the Outer Banks and I was like zooming out or whatever, and I was like, wait, what? So guys, so Bermuda, right? You know, like Bermuda, like the island, right? Where do you guys, don't cheat. Where do you guys guess that is? If you had to guess, where is Bermuda? If you had to guess, where is Bermuda? Don't cheat. That's true. Yep. For anyone that wants to try a fun game that will help you learn geography too, for like the world anyway, there's a really fun game. I'll put it in the chat. I play it every day. You know, like the Wordle, how it refreshes every day at midnight. There's also the Worldle. I put it in the chat. And so Worldle. And it's not the triangle. It's just Bermuda. I know it's confusing because there's like both. But the Worldle is super fun if you guys ever want to play it. Caribbean is what I thought too, Top Cap. Yep, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. That's what I thought. So like below Florida, right? Like Caribbean, right? That's what I thought as well. Yep. No, you're fine. I know what you meant. It's all good. Right. So the Bermuda Triangle is different. I don't know why there's two. So the Bermuda Triangle actually connects to Bermuda, but it's a big area that also connects to Puerto Rico and the Bahamas. So it's basically Caribbean, right? So the Bermuda, the island, is one point on the triangle, but another point is like the Bahamas, and another point is like Puerto Rico, basically. That's a huge area. So anyway, so we're talking about Bermuda, the island. So we mapped it out one day with measuring. Like I learned that day, someone in the live stream was like, hey, you can measure. Like I literally measured the distance from Bermuda to where is the closest land to it in any direction. So Bermuda is actually just off the coast of North Carolina. This is when I lost my brain. It's actually right next to the Outer Banks, to where I even looked at it and was like, oh, looking at the scale on the map, it looks like you could swim to it. Like it's right next to the Outer Banks, which the Outer Banks is the coast of North Carolina. So I mapped it out and I found literally by the foot the closest land to Bermuda. And it's right there on the Outer Banks. Literally, it's on one of the live streams where like literally we did the street view. And I'm like, here's all the stories I have standing right here. Like literally that exact spot. I'm like, I know that shrub. I know that tree. I know that bird. Like, I'm literally like, you know what I mean? It's right there. Highway 12. I can picture right now in my brain. And like, literally all the times I've been there and had no idea that right there at that spot is the closest land to Bermuda. But like, what? It blew my mind. That's a great question. Why don't we hear things disappearing in the triangle anymore? I have no idea. And I was wondering the same thing. When I was a kid, my brother and I, we loved watching all the shit go disappearing in the Bermuda Triangle. It was like all the rage. And it was like the whole thing. And like, you're totally right. We don't hear about it anymore. I don't know, man. Great question. And the other thing that was so crazy too is like we were looking at the oceans or the lakes, the Great Lakes, and then the ocean, and it was like, whoa. I don't know what the tinfoil hat is a reference to be honest. Nebraska, that's hilarious. Okay. Well, I can tell you it for sure. Here's a fact. It is a fact of what I was saying about where Bermuda is in relation to the Outer Banks, and literally the exact spot on Highway 12. Like it is, that is fact. Like that's the closest land to it in any direction is literally my stomping ground, if you can call it that. And which is just funny. And honestly, I could have just pulled up a map and that would have been easier than explaining it. But the only thing is, like, I know if I do that, I know what I'm getting myself into because of how much I love doing the field trips and the Squirrely World Tour. And once we start Google mapping, it's like, you know, it's like that, like, that's like a whole thing. And it's hard for me to not get excited. It's probably better I didn't pull up a map, actually. Oh my God. So like flat earth, is that tinfoil hat? Oh, okay. You know someone from Nebraska. Interesting. I like Nebraska. I have like no reference for Nebraska. Bison? I don't know. Cat, I have no idea what this means. The local flock of birds flying. Oh, or is this having to do with the magnetic fields? Maybe. I don't know enough about that to even. That was me trying to think. Maybe that's what that is. Oh, for the winter. Oh. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. Isn't that specific to a location, or is it like it can be one year and not the other year? Or yeah, that is interesting. I don't know about a pole shift. See, I don't know. So like, it's another one. Like, I just don't know enough about that stuff to even ask intelligent questions. But yeah, I'm with you, Topic. I don't understand. Right. I know. I get it. There's some things that are too long to type out. Plus there's a character limit, so it makes it hard. Heather again. Heather's like has so much information. It's just as crazy. Like, although actually now I'm remembering. Hold on. Heather has a background in astronomy, one of the A things, either astronomy or astrology. I'm sure she'll let us know. And so now that makes sense. Now, like, that's why you know that thing. Kat says, sorry, I didn't mean to melt anyone's brain. Everything is all right. Too late. Mine's already melted. Just kidding. That's funny. Astrology. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Like, you said you did some program for that, right, Heather? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that can look up and be like, oh, those are those stars in that planet. Like, I can be like, that's a plane, or like, that's a bird, or like, that's rain. Although, if that's happening, I'm probably not going outside because I hate the rain. So, I really hate the rain. I really do. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Well, I don't care. You can call me by the wrong name. That's fine. That's funny, though. Yeah, we don't want, good point. We don't want the sun moving closer to Earth. That's problematic. I wonder how everything's going in California. Candace was here earlier. Yeah. See, I know what poles are, like Santa Claus. Speaking of Santa, there he is. Prosecutor Santa. But you know, other than that, polar bears, you know, bipolar disorder. I'm just thinking this is my reference for poles. The North Pole, like Santa Claus with his elves, you know. That's too bad. Yeah, I remember, I don't remember when it was exactly, but I remember hearing about there was wildfires in Australia. But I feel like it hasn't been recently, but that doesn't mean it's not happening, of course. Not that I'm up on the news anyway, you know what I mean? I don't like follow the news. It's just like what is reported word of mouth. Anyway, so, but of course, who knows with mainstream media, you know, but hopefully you haven't had that happen recently, Top Cat, for you in Australia. That's fine if you call me Marissa. I don't care. That's a cool name. Y'all are hilarious. Y'all are so funny. Okay, a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, it might be the last one I heard of. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it, guys. And the piglet, I think he's looking at me like he wants to go outside. He's got his hoodie on, so he's all prepared. But y'all, we will continue our discussions tomorrow, whether it be Celsius and Fahrenheit or Bermuda or the sauce or law trials, you know. We will continue it tomorrow, guys. But y'all are the best. I love you guys so much. I love the Squirrel Crew. You guys are just awesome. Thank you so much for being alive and for being here and for us all getting to hang out. It is the best. Love you guys. Cookie, accurate. Yep, accurate. That's hilarious. Going to Dream Lane. I hope you have great dreams. Anyone who's going to bed, if it's bedtime, have great dreams. And anyone who is having a daytime, like Top Cat and Blackwater, have a wonderful day. And we will see you guys next time.